The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Death. Something the citizens of Shady Acres knows too well. Due to an unknown disease rapidly progressed by the city's expansion rate, and left with nothing else to do, the citizens take to the streets. They rush to the transportation center to take buses to the Chirp X Space Center. Large lines queue for the citizens' chance to escape the planet. The Chirp X Space Center, the last hope, is a place housing the space rocketing program. The city's survival, or even the planet's survival, relies on the Chirp X's Kerbal Space Program to teach us how to fly across the stars. With the help of SpaceX Kerbal Space Program, we will first learn how to fly a rocket. Next, we will learn how to fly in lower planet orbit before continuing to full planet orbit. After learning orbit travel, we only have one more thing to do: space travel. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Kerbal Space Program. So today's list, we are going to focus on the first two things. So if you look at the bottom right of our screen, we have Mun manned landing, so we're going to land a rocket on Mun. And then I also want to create a land rover so that we can go... Sorry, the map button didn't work. What I want to do is create a land rover so that we can go all across the land. We can just drive it. I guess we're over here. So we're going to drive up different places. I don't know if this counts as a different biome compared to just a mountain range. It shouldn't. This looks like it's the desert. But we could still drive over to it. It might take a very long time, though. And I'm also curious as to what all these lines are connecting to. Because that, to me, makes it seem like there is somewhere to land over there. So, I do not know if it's faster to just drive across the map. Because aside from the few islands, like here, I think we could really reach everything. I'm just checking to see if this is connected. It is connected. So we could, in theory, just drive everywhere. Seems like everything is connected with the North Globe. Except for this island, this one. Little island right there. What is that? There's something right there. I don't know if you can see it in OBS or on stream. But there's something that kind of looks like a runway. I can't zoom in because we're in the tracking station right now. So, what we're going to do first is we are going to land on Mun. Now, the process of landing on Mun is very, very easy. We've done it before. No, we haven't done it before. We've gone in orbit with Mun. But because it's not an inclined thing, we don't have to worry too much about it. So, we already have our next rocket right here. Because we ended our last stream on the launch pad, so that we could go right into this. So, inside here, to go over in case anyone else has missed the past stream, inside the fairing module is a land rover. Excuse me one second. Which is where Bob Kerman is. Now, Bob Kerman, instead of bringing Jebediah, we have a scientist. So the scientists can get out and they can reset the goo and the Science Junior, which I wanted because we are going to take this lander and go around the globe. Now, I'm not entirely sure how much fuel we need to go around the globe. I also am a little concerned with the engine not showing any velocity right here. So this is going to be a test. I have no idea if it's going to work. So anyway, we have SAS on. We're putting on full throttle. We're just going to take off. We're going to turn a little bit to the right. Now luckily, us being in the science mode, Bob Kerbin is fully upgraded, and I guess that means we have all of our different locking vectors. I don't know if that's how it works. I'm also going to try to pull us to the right as much as I can. Because we are pretty close to where I wanted to be. Break them off, start the next engine. I should probably be looking at our highest point here. We shouldn't have to use the lander's engine at all, except for landing on Mun. After that, I don't think we need to worry about it. So we're just waiting until we get up to our, 70-kilometer apoapsis, which is not too long from now. We are now at 70. I'm going to go a tiny bit further. And then we are going to do the usual of pointing us horizontally. That's the wrong way. I'm going up. And then we're going to go into the map view, if I can do this quick enough. It's a little bit harder to steer this in the atmosphere. It takes a little bit longer for it to start turning and then to stop turning. I'm trying to get us pretty lined up with the line, the horizontal line. And we're also rotating further than I want to be. Still a little bit above the line because we're bobbing, I guess would be the correct way to describe it. Can I go a little bit left so we're on that 90-degree line? Looks like I can. I'm trying to get us also flat in terms of rotation, and it's not really working out. I think that's as close as I'm going to get. Now, we are fairly close to our apoapsis. I'm looking at the seconds as I was doing all this instead of focusing on how high we are. So I think right now is good enough, since we have the music going, to burn full throttle. And we'll try to stay within 30 to 40 seconds of the apoapsis. So at some point it should start getting a longer time, because I can see that it's getting further away from us. So now it's at 30. I'll go a couple seconds and then start slowing down. Still getting pretty high up. Now it should be going down in time, which it is. I am going to cut the engine now. We're pretty close to our top speed that we want to be at, but I also want to be closer to the AP so that it doesn't continue rising. Because we started out with about 73 kilometers high, and now we're almost at 78. It could also be because I was turned a little bit. So now we're going to fly past it. That should mean that as we get our periapsis up, this should go down as we're climbing. So this is preferred right now. We ran out of fuel. So let's stage into the next thing. And for some reason it's not on max throttle. So let's go max throttle. This is not the lander engine. It's the one that's going to take us all the way to Mun. We are now within positive numbers. And if I start slowing us down, we'll stop when we get it to 70. Because we are now in not a circular orbit. Our periapsis is at 70, we'll say 71 kilometers. Our apoapsis is 105 kilometers. So it is in no means circular. But what we do have is Mun in the same angle I think we're a little bit off. We're slightly tilted, but that shouldn't really affect us too much. I am going to put our maneuver node right here. And since our orbit is roughly exactly how Mun is, we shouldn't have to adjust it in any way. So if I focus like this, we're going to have to change the timing. That's a little too much. But what I want to do first is get our apoapsis close to Mun. It should be close enough, I think. We should probably also set it as a target, and that's close enough. I don't think we have to focus view, because we can zoom out and see everything now. So let's click back on the maneuver node. We need to go a little bit further. I'm going to go a little bit past, because as we turn, it's going to get a little bit shorter. So, our closest point right now, we would be 8 million meters away. So, if we start going to the right a little bit, we should see... Where's the other icon here? Oh, it's way back here. Okay. I got confused because I could only see the one blue tab. The other blue tab's in the mess of all the maneuver node stuff. Oh, that was prograde. I meant to do time. If we keep moving the time, we should see a second icon appear at some point. We should also be pretty close to being captured by Mun. So as we get our two icons that are now near the top of the screen, how far away is our... Okay. I need to make sure that we don't go past the rocket, or else this time will be messed up. Okay, that is an interaction with Mun. I'm gonna get closer. Because now, if I... Can I just click on that? Oh, I can. Look at that. I want to get our periapsis, which is going to be right here. Roughly 10 kilometers. Or at least within 15. If I just keep getting closer... Can I turn this down and get a tiny bit closer? That's a little too tiny of an adjustment. That's better. Once I get below 15, I'm going to stop. So right there is good enough. We're going to have to burn retrograde to get into an orbit anyway. So, what we're going to do, we're going to lock on that maneuver node. And then I am going to fast forward to get closer. We're going to have to do almost a complete orbit. And as you see, if we stay in this trajectory and we don't get caught by Mun, we will shoot downwards to wherever that would lead. Alright, we are almost to the maneuver node. Since we have a lock-on maneuver button, we are going to just speed up until we get a little bit closer to a burn time. Now, it is a 1 and 7 second burn, so I'm not going to mess with the throttle limiter at all. 1, and start. Now, I'm not going to save ahead of time, because I am concerned with this rocket not showing that it has any, Delta V. Now, if I focus on Mun, we do see our periapsis here. What I should have done was check it to see if it was up like this and move it down. But I guess it really doesn't matter how we are orientated. We could always change that in a secondary maneuver. We have more than enough fuel, I think. We are getting closer, so I'm going to start throttling down. It'll actually go pretty low. It's going to be about a minute before we end up getting closer now. But I will at least be able to shut off pretty quickly once we get the line. There it is. If I go down as far as I can, click on you, and we're just going to stop it when it gets close to that 15-kilometer mark. It can go past 15, I just don't want it to be too close to 10 kilometers. Now, another thing I want to try and do is also make a space station. Do I have that? It is the third option on screen right now. The third thing on the to-do list. So right now it's just a test to see if we can make it to here and land and do stuff. You know, we are going very slow. Can I speed up a little bit? And then... slow down at this point. There we go, this is a little bit better. Now we are within 50 kilometers. 40 kilometers. 30 kilometers. 20. And that's 15. We'll do a slight burn. There we go. That's our first maneuver. Now what I'm going to do is put a maneuver right here. And the only purpose for this maneuver is to get us on Mun's orbit. So I think I have to burn radially. I just don't know which direction. I think we're going the right way. I am. It is going to make our periapsis go up more, so we're going to have to burn inwards a little bit as we're doing this. And I don't think that did what I was expecting it to. I think I needed this. So I'm going to delete this because I don't know exactly how to get back to it. To where it started. So if I start burning this way... Well, that went a little too far. I think I have to burn retrograde to get out. Yes, I do. So now if I turn this down and we go a little bit more, is the periapsis marker aligned with the orbit? It seems pretty darn close. That's all I'm going to do, aside from moving in to get back within 15 kilometers, but I want to do a little less prograde. There we go. Lock on maneuver node. After we stop moving, I will readjust. So now let's warp. Now this is a 2-second burn, so I am going to mess with the limiter. Don't want it too high. 35 seconds is pretty good. So, let's get a little bit closer in our time. We're now within 10 seconds, so I'll stop there. And we're just going to do max throttle until we get closer. That's our burn start. So we should see that we go below the surface of Mun, but then we come back out. So at this point, we could go a little bit closer to 10 kilometers. But I think I want to match the line as closely as I can to this instead. So we might not worry about our periapsis, we'll just worry about if we're in line with the Mun's orbit. Okay, we're gonna start throttling down. Because I want to get us aligned, which looks like right about there. So now, last maneuver node here. This is just so I can see that we actually become in orbit. And I need to turn this up a little bit more. I forgot that's not a button to click on. There's a capture. Just going a little bit closer. Where does our periapsis end up being at? Oops. I don't think it's showing me the correct one. I want you open. And I'm trying to get the maneuver as close to the current periapsis as I can. Can I get them on top of each other? That's close enough to being on top. And you know what? I'm fine with that. Hi, apoapsis. Now, we do not have enough fuel, so that means we definitely do not have this working. Okay. We're gonna have to revert back to launch because we saved the game before launch, so we can't revert to the hangar. And all I'm going to do is go back to Space Center. We're going to reload that rocket, which I guess I have to recover it. Yeah. Okay. Now I need to figure out why it does not have the ability to have fuel. Right now it doesn't. But if we look inside, it should have the ability to burn. So what I'm thinking is we just get rid of that heat shield. Because I think it's the heat shield that's really messing with us the most. We'll still keep the decoupler. So if I grab all of this, and then I grab the heat shield and throw that away, and then put all of this back on. Still shows that we don't have any fuel. Did I put the wrong engine? It's liquid fuel. And this is liquid fuel here. We know it works because we tested this. And I'm looking at the ghost image. I don't see anything that would mean it doesn't work. Maybe the decoupler is upside down? So I figure out how to change. There we go. We might want to do it this way. Maybe that'll change it. It did change something. So maybe that was the whole issue. If I reload, we'll try to save the heat shield for re-entry into Kerbin. I grab everything. I didn't grab the heat shield, that's okay. Put that back on. Everything should still be okay. It doesn't say that it has fuel. Okay, let's put this back on. Why did it be put on? Okay, there we go. And then put this on? No, it's back to not being anything. I really think it's the heat shield messing with stuff. Or do I have to take it all off? Put it back on. I don't understand why this isn't saying anything. We should have velocity in this. What's your root part? Oh, would that be the issue? Well, now it's a satellite. And now this has no velocity. It wasn't at first, because it used to be this fuel thing here, or the fairing module. Now I have two things that don't show any fuel or velocity. But this is how it was before I changed anything, and I have to like lean out of the camera view. I moved this over. Can I see the screen better? Yes. Okay. And when I rerouted to the satellite, it got rid of this velocity here. So right now the route should be... yeah, this fuel here. If I move that anywhere. That didn't do anything. That still did. Oh, that got rid of that one. Back up. Put it back on. Set the lander can as the root you start with. So you're always counting that as part of your ship. But that kept getting rid of this velocity. It wasn't really bringing back the other one. What if I root that engine? No, but still, this is weird. We tested out the rover and we saw that it worked. This doesn't show any— what the heck? Oh, this isn't the root anymore. That's right, because in order to put it as a subassembly, I had to leave the root item behind. Okay, now that has a ton of velocity. That's what it was supposed to be showing. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong. I'm gonna save this as the Mark II. Maybe if I resave it and then add it back into the other rocket, it will readjust. Yes, I want to overwrite. Rid of this. Open this. So that should mean that nothing within here gets changed. Nope, that didn't change it. Or fix it, I mean. Alright, let's reroute to that lander. And again, that gets rid of the velocity from the second rocket. Every time I set the lander can as the root, it gets rid of velocity to 2 different rockets. I already tried it 3 times. Staging does not... Oh, there we go. Does it say you're throwing the engine away before lighting it? No, it just wasn't working at first. We got it working now. Okay. That seems like less than what the other one said, though. That's because we're not looking at vacuum. That should be where it should be. Everything else should be, well, these two should definitely be land. We use a tiny amount of this to get into orbit, but then the rest of it's in vacuum, so we have a lot of speed. Alright, we're saving this one. I need to reload it, because every time I do this, it doesn't load that it can have crew. And I don't know why it does that, but I found out just reloading it brings it back. And now it's gone again. Why didn't it save the root as the new... What? I saved it, I swear I did. Oh, that was autosave. There we go. And now we have a pilot. I don't know why it does that. Where I have to save it and then reload it before I can put an actual pilot in there. But we have a scientist so that we can reset the science stuff. I'm gonna save that again. Hopefully it saves that Bob is the pilot, and we're gonna start. What I should probably do for this, because what I was attempting to do without telling you guys is, well, one, as our to-do list says at the bottom of the right screen, do a manned landing on Mun, which we're going to do. But then I was also going to try and take this around the globe a little bit and try to do science in different biomes. But I am a little worried that I don't have enough velocity in the vacuum. Actually, I can look this up. We need about 310 meters per second to get back from landing. We have a large amount of about 160 meters per second to just mess around with on Mun. So we could take this around a little bit. I mean, we use a little bit of that extra 160 velocity just to slow us down so we don't crash land on the Mun. So I think we're going to use this to go around to any, like, very close by biomes. And then we will make the Land Rover our second thing on the... We'll spend pretty much the rest of this stream and probably Wednesday's stream just driving around Kerbin. Probably on Wednesday we'll also take it to Mun and drive around there, trying to get all the different biome science and stuff. But anyway, let's get going. I'm gonna turn a little bit, and this time I think I might just lock on prograde and see how this takes us into the orbit. It doesn't seem to turn us very quickly, so I do want to pull us down. And I shouldn't have done that. Alright. Start the next rocket. Let's pull us down again without being locked on prograde. so that we can bring our prograde vector down. Looking at our apoapsis, we are very close to where we want to be, which is right about there. Okay. Now that we are in this point, I'm going to try to get us lined up with horizontal. Oh, that was the wrong way. I was going up. I think we're relatively flat there. Need to go a little bit more because I know we're going to spring upwards. That, to me, is good. I know our heading is 92 degrees, not exactly 90. I'm not too worried about that. The thing I am worried about is getting to our apoapsis. You know what? Just for fun. That's prograde. Yeah, I do want to prograde. I want to see if I can do this better than without a maneuver. And that is burn time. I just want to know if this is any better than when I don't use the maneuver. We were a couple seconds late to starting our burn, but that shouldn't really do too much to us. So according to the maneuver, I should be doing my burn close to our apoapsis and then flying past it. Compared to when I do slow burns as I'm getting closer to it, and then the apoapsis goes flying, you know, higher up. A different understanding to this that I didn't think about. That's our first stage. There we go. I'm not really going to worry about us burning for the correct amount of time. I'm just going to be looking at our periapsis to make sure we get to that height. So we are now in the positive numbers. And 70's right there. That's good enough for what we're trying to do here. Alright, Mun is over there. I want to warp us to here so that when I put the maneuver node, it requires a full orbit. Alright. Now we do the usual. I do want to go past because as we change the time, it's going to pull our apoapsis in. Not very noticeable. Let's set as target now that I have an interaction. And then I am going to try and get this as close to being perfect as I can. Now, an issue I have, not being able to click on the maneuver node. There we go. So, from here, I want to go a little bit radially... Oh, that's... I let go of it. I want to go a little bit normal. Or anti-normal. I can't tell if that's changing, so let's turn this up a little bit. Now I can see that's changing slowly. It's a little too slow here. Let's turn it up more. I'm just trying to get the periapsis on Mun's orbit so that we're on the equator. Doesn't have to be perfect, but I do want it pretty close. If I get to Mun orbital lines, there we go. Bring this down. I think periapsis is a little close to it. I know the initial line here is not. That's because we're coming from a little bit below the orbit line. And now, that's the wrong way. But that's definitely not the right thing. I think it's time that I have to change now. We're gonna have to readjust this again. That was just to get us a little bit close as we start doing this. Getting us closer with our timing. Bring this up, bring this back down. Turn it back down, change the timing again. Try and get us close to that number that I like to be at. Let's check her height. Maybe one more click on anti-normal. It's pretty close. Now let's see if I can move our time to get even closer. Why did it let go of the maneuver? Okay, can I? That's a little too close. I would like to be close to 15 kilometers in case I mess up. That is pretty darn perfect in my eyes. And when I bring anti-normal down, it gets us a little bit closer. So we're going to have to come out a little bit. That was a little too much. Still too much. That's perfect. That's where I want to be. Okay. Let's lock on this maneuver. And then we'll work closer to it. Oh, that was... Yeah, that gets us... Okay. Thought I clicked on the wrong button for a second there. Alright, we should be getting close to it. We're in the last minute, so I'm letting it readjust to the maneuver node, and then we're going to speed up. So that we get closer to that 10-second timer, instead of being a minute away. And right there. 4, 3, 2, 1. Full throttle. Once we get a interaction with our actual line to Mun, I will slow us down. But for now, we're going to do full burn for about 50 more seconds. And since we're able to lock on the maneuver node compared to when we did our satellites, should have an easier time doing this actual orbit that I'm trying to achieve. Whereas before I had to keep maneuvering, or keep changing our direction, so that I was staying within the maneuver node. You know, something I didn't think about is I don't remember adding any antennas to this lander. So we might have to try and take back all the science instead of transmitting it. We are getting pretty close. There we go. Let's turn that on and just do a slow burn until we get below 15 kilometers. Alright, we are now within 600 kilometers. Now within 500. 400. 300. Seems like we're starting to slow down, but it's not really. 200 kilometers. It is slowing down as we start getting closer. Now we're then 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, and that's almost 15. There we go, that's good enough. What I'm going to do now, just to help us get a relatively perfect maneuver here, is first turn this up. We're going to burn retrograde. I don't need a perfectly circular orbit for this, but I do want to be relatively close, compared to being, you know, a million meters away. Let's just see how close we can get before the periapsis starts changing. You know what? I'm okay with that orbit. So we're going to get onto the maneuver node, and then I'm going to time warp. And we will burn the rest of our fuel in this rocket with that, and then a little bit of our lander to get into our orbit. So, let's warp over to here. Good see us now. And hopefully by the time we get there, we're still able to have connection with Kerbin. It looks like we still are able to connect to it. Alright, I am going to go into this scene, or screen. We're going to warp a little bit faster. Mind you, this maneuver should be very close to being completely retrograde. Which means, yes, we could have just done this without using a maneuver node. Alright, that's that engine. Hey, we have about 10 seconds left of our burn. Three, two, one, and stop. That'll be close enough to a good orbit. So what we could do right now is science as we're going around. And I'm pretty sure we've already done most of the science in this area. Wait a second. Where's the ladders? I put ladders on there. We might have to restart. Did I not save ladders on the last time? And added them during the rocket? I need ladders because the fuel's at the bottom. Hmm. Do I do science and then go back, or do I just go back? We could do the orbital science at least. Make sure that I have everything in the equator. We're not really perfectly on the equator. We're going to miss a few craters. But I should be able to check to make sure that I have the ones that we are going past. Just want to make sure. And I didn't save the action groups. Awesome. Okay. Just want to open this. Right here should be the thermometer. Barometer. And goo. And then since we're in this screen, I should be able to go into 3 and do reset goo, and it should actually work. Every time we try and save it while making the rocket, it doesn't work for some reason. Did I do crew report? I did do crew. Okay. If I get out of here, should be able to press 1 and get all the signs that we can get. Oh, we're getting a little bit more. Look at that. I'm looking for what biome we're on. I didn't see anything there that told us what biome we're near, so let's do an EVA. It looks like we are floating away from it. EVA, we are at the Midlands. Okay, so it's the EVA that tells us. Let's reset. We're going to go back in. I want to press 2 to collect everything into this module. And now I should be able to press 3 and have everything reset. Still doesn't work. That's weird. Alright, EVA. I do need to climb to the top of the ladder so I can reach the goo. Maybe I can't reach the goo. I could reach it before. Oh, okay. I did let go, so we're going to go a little bit until I can restore it. And then I'm going to grab again. Restore. Go back inside. Yeah, I don't know why the action group doesn't seem to work for me. Because this is the first time we tried it after already using the rocket. All the other times we set the action group before creating the rocket, and then as we're flying it still doesn't work. But now it's not working also. So I do not know... Oh, I could have done something there, I think. I do not know what all the biomes look like. I know obviously big craters are a biome. And then this should be a crevice or ravine biome, I think it's called. I do have everything written down. Canyon. It's called a canyon. But I don't know the other things aside from that. And I know I can look up a map off of Google that would show me. But since they're all flat maps, not a sphere, doesn't really help me much figure out where everything is in terms of where we are. So I think we're obviously going to warp over to here. So I don't think I can reach anything in there. Actually, let's warp to right here. Because that looks relatively close to something. Press 1. I think it's still the same science that we had already gotten. We'll just do an EVA again. This should at least tell us we're over something. Highlands. Okay, we'll grab some science from that. And then, of course, still can't reach the goo. I could have sworn we moved the goo to a spot that I could reach. Maybe we switch these two. Put the goo on the bottom, Science Junior up top. I didn't collect the science first. Let's do that. And it looks like EVA is the only thing I can do that's getting science. So I think instead of doing all the science, we'll just do EVAs. You know what? No. Let's... While we're at a large crater, let's try and reset this. Should just keep this tabbed up here. So that I can drift over to it, reset it. Reset the material study. I'm going to press 2 again, even though I think we have everything. And then let's do the EVA report that I think we already have. Yeah, we did this crater. Okay. So that pretty much confirms that we do have all the science that I can get out here, aside from EVAs. Let's see if I can find another thing. This right here looks like a canyon. Do I have satellites on the, or solar panels? I do. Okay, let's do an EVA right here. Should be a biome. It does not count as a canyon. Really? Maybe I was just too close to the crater, so if I wait a little bit, because it looks like it goes further in. Right now? That's Highlands. I think we did Highlands, but I'm not sure. Yeah, we did have Highlands already. I'm gonna keep trying to get this EVA report. Oh, Highlands again. Okay. What else can I pick out that could be a biome? Hard to see with the sun in my eyes. This relatively larger spot could be a biome, maybe? I'm gonna see what this is. We are gonna unpin that. And instead, pin Bob Herman. Midland Craters, that's new. So that was a new biome there. Let's board. Move the science up there. I want to get rid of this. And get rid of this. So that it stops telling me that it's there. Everything else looks like it's in where it should be. So if I close this, and then I press 2 again. Crew report, EVA from Highlands. Okay. So it's going to keep telling us about the crew report that we doubled up, and the Highlands one. So I'm guessing this little spot is going to be the same as that, because it doesn't look any different. I'm pretty sure we already have this crater from space. We're going to try it anyway. Yeah, we did have it already. Okay. What else are we going to pass? That's definitely another canyon. We might be able to reach this crater? I mean, the line's kind of on the edge. I'm not sure if we'll actually connect with it. Then we can try this little crater. If I warp us to here. Can't tell if we're close enough to it. Mine's lowlands. Apparently we're close enough for that. Press 2 again to at least get that. So we weren't close enough. Let's see if this small crater is anything new. I don't think it is. No, it's counted as Midlands. Okay. That's what I assumed. I don't even see what the crater is. I guess it would be this darker spot here with multiple craters inside it. And then we're pretty close to where we started. We can definitely do this crater first. But then after that, I don't know what else to do other than to go back home. Because without the ladders on the fuel cell, we are not going to be able to get back in our lander. Because we have the ladder, obviously, at the port that Bob comes out of. But then right here is too high for him to jump. We knew about before, and I just don't know at what point... Okay, we did do this already. I just don't know at what point we took the ladders off. Because I don't see anything... I don't think we have the extendable ladders yet. We only have the ones that just get applied directly on it. And I don't see them on any other part of the fuel cell. So, we're just going to go back home. Now, I don't know the most efficient way from Mun right now, seeing how we are pretty much between Mun and Kerbal. What I think I'm going to have to do is put a maneuver here. Burn prograde, so that our apoapsis goes to Kerbin. Since I don't want to do it on my own, we're going to do it this way. Don't know what's going on there. I guess that's Kerbin's SOI? That's going further out. If I go in more... Okay, weird things. I just keep going out, what happens? Could also be the timing, but that's gonna bring us back to that sphere. Maybe the time is getting us closer. I think I just have the wrong time. And I want to focus on that. It's too far away. What point does it go to the lowest point? Looks like 165. Right there. And we'll burn more prograde. Still going down, but I think it's not going down as much anymore. Let's use the scroll wheel this time. I'm gonna get to a point where I don't have enough fuel for this. I changed the time a little bit more. Okay, that helped. That's a little too close. I want to be closer to 35. That's good enough. Yeah, I'm happy with this. We want to turn SAS back on, lock on maneuver, orbit back to the maneuver node. Alright. Did we mess with the thrust limiter on this? I don't think we did. No, we didn't. It was the other rocket. So I'm actually just going to stay in this point until we see our periapsis get close. Speed us up a little bit so we're not waiting 30 seconds. And slow down there. Start our burn. At what point are we going to see our periapsis over here? There it is. Let's click on that. I don't want to go too fast, so we fly past our periapsis of just under 35 kilometers. Yeah, we're getting pretty close. We're within 70 kilometers, so that's now under orbit. Or under the atmosphere, I mean. Yeah, it's 40 kilometers. There we go. Get rid of that. I want to warp us to way over here. Just before our lowest point. And I also want to press that button. I keep forgetting which button it is when I go to press it. What we got? Okay, now at this point, I go retrograde. I tried to shake off the engine, but it's stuck a little bit. We have a heat shield that should save most of it. I didn't realize that I warped too close. Actually, I have an RCS that could probably slow this down a little bit. I don't think it's going to do much. That might help a little. What is getting the heat damage in the center? I guess this? The crew pod, because the heat shield's too small? I know our lights are probably going to explode. And there goes the engine. We do have the parachute staged. What I meant to do after we turned the rocket was use the extra fuel that the rocket had to slow us down, but I accidentally hit spacebar instead of Z to do full throttle. That's okay. We're starting to slow down enough that we're getting the heat damage bars to disappear. So I guess the propellant is helping a small amount. Not a noticeable difference, but it's helping, I guess. Pretty soon, our side parachute should be popping out to slow us down even further. Alright, at this point, I'm going to turn that off. And then we're just going to speed time up. Why aren't the parachutes deploying? The radio parachute should have deployed. Unless they have to be closer to 75 kilometers. Okay. And these shouldn't do anything other than slow us down. And then around 2 kilometers, we'll have this parachute pop out, and it should readjust us going back upwards. If not, we might lose all of our science, but we won't lose Bob. So I'm okay with either way. Because our whole plan was to use a lander to get the science from Mun, so if we lose the science with this, I'm fine. Oh, we don't. Okay, even better. We are on the max speed. I can't go any faster. I think this counts as grassland, so if I were to try and get out, I don't think it would give me any new science. Right. Does this look the same as right next to... Where is it? Yeah, it looks about the same. It's a little hard to tell when we're in the dark, looking at the dark side planet. I like how it separates them. I'm gonna slow down so that it doesn't count our speed of fast forwarding as part of the landing speed. There we go. Just to see if we get any new science. Let's try it. Get a little bit from the grasslands. But not too much. An EVA, a surface sample. But nothing new with that. Okay. And a tiny amount of science from surface sample. But at this point, we can grab onto the ladder and get back in. But when we had the engine still on here, we definitely needed a ladder. So let's recover this. We get a tiny amount of science from it all. I don't think it's going to be enough to unlock anything new. Pretty sure we're at the point where we need 90 science for everything. Oh, we do have 90 science. Look at that. We could unlock something. I want to recover everything. We go in here, there should be debris. We're going to terminate that. Alright, so what I want to do now is redesign our lander. You know, what I should be doing is making the booster as the subassembly instead of the rocket. I'm trying to grab the whole thing. I keep forgetting that it's this. If I load this again. Delete the fairing. I want the decoupler as part of this. Or maybe I don't. If I reroute to the decoupler, get rid of all this. I want to have it just enough that the booster is off the ground. And then, because I didn't log how much weight this can hold, now I can just press Z and go back. $46 tons, okay. Take this off. Shouldn't have to lower it. We only lose about 3 tons. Okay. I'm gonna call Kerbin Orbit Booster. And then for the weight, just so I know how much it can hold later on, we'll put 46 tons. Just so I know. And we have our relays, I can get rid of that now. Let's load this. But I can see. Oh, it doesn't have ladders. Look at that. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna adjust things anyway. And I also do have antennas, so we could have sent all of our science with antennas. Nice. Okay, we're gonna take everything off, or we're gonna keep them. I want to move this entire thing underneath this. I think I can reach the goo this way and also reach the Science Junior from the ladder. If not, I'm not sure what else to do. I also... What is the root of this? Oh, it's the engine. Let's root back to that. I want to take all of this off, and you... I'm pretty sure we unlocked a bigger heat shield. I did not. Okay. So I took that all for nothing. Which way do I want this pushing off? I think I want the decoupler rotated. Although that keeps the decoupler on the part that it's facing away from. I think it was right the first time. It should stay on the rocket and push off the heat shield in a way. Thinking about a way to make this less tall now. I think I could just add another service bay to put the batteries in. Or I could put the solar panels around the battery. Nah, I'm gonna use another surface bay. Payload. I'd like to have them facing the same way. So inside here is going to be the two batteries, but I have to go like this. We could fit a third battery. Or I could fit the storage in there as well. I think if I rotate it like this. Then I want it somewhat centered. We probably can put a battery in there, but I'm not sure if we can fit both. Looks like I could fit both in here? I'm surprised. Obviously not where they currently are, but I think there's enough space that we can see both. It pops out a little bit, but this parachute should cover it up. And then we can just put the antennas back on. I'm thinking about where we're going to put the solar panels too. Do the solar panels first. Let's do 8. And I'm going to move them in a little bit more. There is an Ammonite in chat. That's Gen 1. Let me try and catch that. That is a fossil Pokemon. In terms of the games, you only get one fossil per game. So they're kind of rare. Move them up a little bit. Antenna. There we go. We definitely don't need that many. I think I might just put them up top. But this only has to be 3 so that we have 100% science distribution. And then I do not know where the ladders are. Apparently I do. Take that off double. Because I remember we put on ladders. I don't want the whole thing, I just want the ladder. Because we took this to the runway and tested it. Alright, let's look at our RCS stuff. I had a feeling it wasn't going to be centered correctly. I am going to move these down to here. Nice, I caught Almanite. Do they interact with anything? No, they're not blocked. If I look right about there, these just need to be moved down a little bit. That looks about midway. Alright. I'm going to save this. Or Science Lander. I'll call this Mark II because we did change quite a bit of it. Although we don't have a Mark I saved. And what I'm going to do now is we're going to go back out. We're going to create a land rover because we did just unlock wheels. If I go into space plane hangar. Let's start with the plane cockpit. And then we're going to obviously want a service bay. I want to know which way it opens. That's good. I also want the Science Junior. But I want it rotated. Not like that. Not like that. That way. So now we can access all the science from the left side. And you know what? Let's load one of our planes. Science plane Mark IV. Because this has all of our science already added to it. It has enough antennas that we can just send all of our science. We're not going to need this. It's not going to fly. Do I need the batteries and the solar panels? Probably. Let's look at ground. We have these wheels. We have never used them before, so I have no idea how this is going to work. I'm just going to place one on, because I think they have to be extended. Like a landing gear. Although I'm not seeing anything that says that. So let's try and rotate these so that they actually do work. That's not how I want it rotated. Neither is that, so it's this way. I want to double it on the other side. And then we're going to move it down. Now, I have no idea if they have directional control.
In terms of, like, we could turn with them? We could test it out. If I put another 2 up here. I want them relatively flat. Wrong one. There we go. Why are they rotated? Let's get these on something. Put them right in front of the door. They are quite low, though. If I go like this, how well leveled is this? The way we're going to try it, or test it out, is to bring this down until one of the 2 sets of wheels goes in the ground. They seem relatively flat. So we could count this as our temporary land rover now. We have 3 batteries inside, so that's 600 electric power. We have solar panels. We have all the science that we have unlocked, and we have a storage container. Yep, I didn't unlock any other new science. So I am going to call this Land Rover, even though it looks like a plane. And of course, Mark 1. Ah, we also need a way for it to have power. I'm going to test it to see if it can move without any engine. I don't think it will move. Oh, it does. Look at that. It's slow, but we are getting speed. And it looks like the... Oh, it's just the hydraulics. So the plane tilts, and it does steer. Ooh. The plane tilts in the way that we're going. So it tilts nose down to go forward, nose up to go backwards. Okay. What we're going to do, revert the launch. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back. Let's break and pause game. If we resume flight, I don't think I ever wrote down the biomes for Kerbin. I am zooming out on my notes, not in the game, but it was in. Yeah, I only wrote down the biomes for Mun. So, give me just a second. I am going to actually Google the Kerbin biomes. We're going to see how many we can get with just this one plane. Something that's relatively colored. And we also have the Space Center. We could do that. Let's do the Space Center first. Probably should put a small engine on here just to make us move faster, quicker. Oh, we have the brakes on. I forgot. But we've already done the runway. We're gonna go right in front of spaceplane hangar and do these two buildings here. I also am curious to see how fast this can go. Because if it's going to stay at 10 meters per second, we definitely want something that can get us a little bit faster. So that we're going over long distances, we can go faster. Right now, this is relatively fine. And does it only use electricity to do this? Seems like it does. Why? How do we have monopropellant? I guess inside here. Yeah, I could take that off to make us slower. Or, not slower, to make us less heavy. Okay, we're coming up to it. We have the tanks and the water tower. Those are two different biomes. Oh, this turns pretty quickly. That's cool. It looks like we do reach 10 meters per second, and that's it. And we're probably going to hit that. Yep. Okay, so right here we should be able to do science. Did it save the action groups? Okay, that's still there. Collecting all is still there. Action group number 3 isn't there because it doesn't work. Do these antennas need to be extended? No, so we could set up number 3 as transmit data. For when we're farther away. Because I don't think there is one that is transmit, right? No. Should press U to turn on the lights, though. Okay. Press 1. See what we get from Watchtower. Looks like nothing special from our science things, but maybe it is a Jebediah thing. Part of the EVA. But let's jump off so that I can do a surface sample just in case there's extra things. A tiny bit, that's fine. EVA. Apparently not. Is this not a biome? Okay, we really have to be touching it. I thought we just had to be close enough to it. So I will save that. We're gonna come over here after falling on our face. Do another EVA right here. Oh, I probably have to put my EVA away first. Let's go back. Fall on our face again. I also cannot reset the science because we have the wrong person. What we're actually going to do is reset. I want to put an ant fuel engine. Just so that we have a small extra boost. Those should be fine. And then we're going to need to take monopropellant out. We don't need that. What I do need is a little bit of fuel. That is pretty darn big. So I have something that's smaller. No. Oh, I have the Oscar fuel tank. That's smallish. Alright, that's better than nothing. Make sure the action groups are still there. That is not. We had transmit data as the third one. For when we're far away. Save that. I want Bob in here. Save again just to see if it saves the crew in it. Or we might have to reset the crew every time. Ooh, Wellbred is live. Okay, we only have about 70 meters per second because this rocket is not good on the ground. But it should at least get us faster than 10 kilometers. I'm just waiting to see if it actually does work the way I'm hoping. Alright, we're getting a little bit of speed. I think what I actually want is jet engines on the side of this. Are we going to stop at 11 meters per second? $11.1. Okay. And then we do slow down without the engine going. So that was speeding us up. But obviously it's meant for in a vacuum. It's not going to do much for us here. I just thought that it might be enough. Because the jet engine ones, they're very loud. I was trying to avoid them. Let's go back over here with our science stuff. This time, I'm going to try to put the Land Rover on the platform. See if we get any of the special science from it. I want to go back. Alright, and I make it up on here without rolling over? That's the question. It doesn't seem to want to drive up on it. Okay. I guess we'll just do EVAs around here. You know, one thing I didn't try to do was the surface samples as well. One. We do get surface sample from it. Can I transmit the data from right here? I could have sworn before I saw something say transmit data. Okay. Good, put that all in there. Another EVA. Whoops. Comes right back in. Come on, I let go already. There we go. What happens if I do an EVA and surface sample? We get stuff from that too. Okay. So I'm guessing if I go back in and I transmit all this data, I can do another surface sample and get all the science for him? Don't transmit? Why, cloud cover? We get 100% of our science. I have 3 antennas on here, and each additional antenna gives us 30% more science after transmitting. We have 100% science coverage. 100%. If it's 100, okay, usually there's a drop off. Yeah, there is. For these first stage antennas, if you click out of this, I don't want to trash it, so I guess I have to click on one antenna of the first two types only does 40% of your total science, only gives 40%. When you add one more, it adds another 30, so you go up to 70% with two, and then when you go up to three, it does another 30% on top of that, so it goes all the way up to 100. When we do the bigger antennas, the better ones later on, we obviously don't need multiple of them to do the same amount. But as long as you do 3 of the normal antennas, even the vertical ones, you still need 3 of them. Only those need to be extended. This should be fine. So if I transmit all that, we obviously use power, and we are nighttime. I might not have enough power to do all 3. Is it 4 science that we're doing? 4 different things? We might not finish this science. Oh, we did. Wow, but that took all of our science. Or all of our power. So what I'm going to do is fast forward until we're back in the sun. We got a lot of that electrical power back. Let's see if I can grab the last of the science from right here. EVA does nothing, so EVA can only be done once, but the surface sample we done more than once. Alright. Board, press 2 to collect, do another EVA once the camera loads. Run back over here for the other surface sample. I wonder if I did enough surface samples on the runway, the other places. We might as well go around and make sure that we have all the science in every area. Press 2, press 3. There's only 2 types of science that are getting transmitted here, so we're almost done the first one. Now we're doing the second one. Should be able to do EVA while it's doing that. But just in case I can't, I'm gonna wait. Up out again, because there was still a little bit more science that I could grab from both. That's not just a little bit of science. I thought I just transmitted all that. Is it going to keep saying the same amount of science until I finish our flight? So if I recover the vessel, then it updates this portion? So I don't think I'm able to continuously get the same amount of science each time we do it. We're going to reset that. If I go back down to the plane, we're right about here, and I do another surface sample. This has a small amount. I want to see with just this one thing if that small amount stays there. To put it in here, press 3 to transmit. I am guessing 0.61 is how fast we recharge. And maybe we want more solar panels so that we can charge faster. We could rotate these so that they're not, if I look this way, so that they're not horizontal, though they'd be vertical. And then we could place 2 next to each other. That would make this roughly 6 panels. And we could place more on the sides since I see the sun does reach the sides. I thought it would be too vertical. As long as we stay above the wheels with our solar panels, we could probably add more in those directions as well. But anyway, what we're testing right now is if I do a surface sample right here. Oh, it doesn't update until after the trip is done. Well, that's unfortunate. I was trying to avoid that. The whole point of having Bob here was so that he didn't have to do multiple trips. But if we have to do multiple trips for the surface sample, then I could just use anyone, reset the trip, and then redo everything instead of resetting. No, we need to reset these to use them again in a different biome. I should keep them on. Alright. That's good to know. Do it once in every biome and then go away. I am going to back up to make sure that we did all the science on the runway. If we go to right here, that should be close enough to the actual runway. Now, I do know we did all of the science. Welcome in, Regus. Is that a weird car? It is a weird car. This is our temporary Land Rover, since we have wheels for Land Rover. And I had a feeling that was going to have nothing on it. Let's get out and first climb up here. Reset the goo. I'm actually going to place this up here. And I'm pretty sure we have an EVA from here. Yep. Any surface sample I can take from this? A little bit. Reset. Reset. I don't even think we need the second Science Junior. If we can only get a certain amount of science each time, I didn't mean to do that. If we can only get a certain amount of science from one area, and then we have to reset our flight to do it again to get the rest of the science, then there's no point in having two Science Juniors here. This would be two different situations, like one would be flying above the area and one would be on the ground. I think that's the understanding that we're doing here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to revert flight to the hangar. We are going to take off that Science Junior. Now, it looks like the wheels are stuck on the Science Junior, so I'm actually going to bring this to here. Does this not count as a thing I can put stuff on? Oh! We rotated it, that's right. Okay, let's put this here for now. Okay. Put that right there for a minute. This needs to be rotated. Like that, so I could put the wheels on here. And then move them back down. Two-way symmetry. I want to move the entire thing down, but I also want to put this back on. If we bring this down to ground... I put it a little bit below the ground so that I know this has to go a little bit below the ground. That's about the same. And then just have them connecting. Okay, bring this back up. We're getting rid of that. Do I bring the wheels further forward? I think I should, honestly. If I press 2, we are going to go to right here. And then it doesn't look like it's connected, so we'll move it in. Where's center of mass now? Let's Let's move it a little bit more forward. We'll try and make the wheels equally spaced away from the weight. And I don't know if you guys were able to tell, but moving the wheels did change the center mass slightly. I saw it twitch the moment I let go of the mouse. Okay. Next thing was adding solar panels all around here. But what I also want to do, flip them this way. And then we're going to do 8-way symmetry. Oh, I can't do 8-way symmetry. How do I change the symmetry? There was a button for that, and I didn't write it down. Because right now it's only single or 2-way symmetry, and there is something I can press to put it on the other symmetry where I can go up to 8. T or R? It is R, thank you. If I press R again, now it's on 2-way, but on the other kind. So I want to do 8-way. And then I also want to take some of these off, because we don't need these 3. But I also noticed that they are not centered very well. Let's move them over. Did I click on this one? I did not. That's more symmetrical. So now, before I take them off, I'm pretty sure I have to remove symmetry first. And then I can remove them. And it won't remove the other satellites, or solar panels. I keep calling them satellites for some reason, even though I know they're not satellites. Okay, then we have to do the same thing over here. This is because I noticed we weren't getting very much recharge on our solar panels. We could probably add 4-way symmetry on here and add even more. Let's try that. If I grab this and we press... Oh, we should probably go here first. Press R. Oh, wait, no, we wanted to change the engine. Hello, it's the safety guy? What does that mean? Hello, Mom. I don't know who you mean by safety guy. Oh, from Christ. Cool. Alright, we wanted to add... That's not the right one. Whoops. Oh, no, that's even larger. Where is the small one? Is it the Mark 0? It is. So we wanted to add the Mark 0 fuel so that we can have a little bit bigger of a boost. I want these on the front. And then this on the back. Will I be able to get out? I am not sure. What I could do, hold on. Structural, put this on the back, 1-way symmetry. I want this somewhat centered, but doesn't have to be perfect. That's good enough. I put these on there. I obviously want them not rotated that way. I want them this way. They should still physically work We also moved a lot of the weight backwards. So there's going to be a lot more weight focused on this wheel. So I think we'll move our wheels back more. Let's put these back at the door. And I'll move these as far back as I can before it looks like they're disconnected. That's good enough. These I want moved out. That's good enough so that we can still reach the door. Actually, they might be a little too close to the door. That's the whole reason why I moved the engines back here, so that they weren't encroaching on the door or the solar panels. Okay, this should do a good deal. We could line this entire area with more solar panels. But let's try this for now. We are going to call this the Mark II. I'm pretty sure all the action groups are the same. Yep. And our pilot, still the scientist, that's good. We'll save this. We'll launch it. And I want to know how fast these engines will get us. So if I turn this on... Why aren't we moving? We should be speeding up right now. Did I use the wrong fuel? Definitely liquid fuel tank, or engine. That's a fuel tank. That's the air intake. How come these aren't firing? We should be able to move just on this. Right now we're rolling because the runway is slightly slanted. If I put the brakes on, we won't move anymore. That turned it off. We're on max throttle. Because SAS isn't on? That can't be it. There's nothing like physically blocking the air intake. Maybe it does need to be spread out more. Let's go back. We'll put two of these structural boxes next to each other, and then we'll put the engines on the outside of those two boxes. But if I were to take this off, but place it back. Like that. We'll then grab this box. I should be able to do two-way symmetry and find out where these line up well. I went it up a little bit, and then... That is glitching out, so I'm not going to do it like that. I wanted to see what would happen if I had the two middle bars touching each other, or within each other. A little bit of separation doesn't matter to me. So let's see if they had to be out more. I'll save that, because it's a slight change. I don't think that would do anything to it, though. If I do full throttle now, we should just take off. Am I misunderstanding the rocket here? This requires liquid fuel. We have that. It only has liquid fuel, no oxidizer, because we put this intake on the front of it to give it the oxygen. And it should be able to take off just like a plane would. I don't think we need wings for it to be considered able to take off. Maybe it's because it's in on this. I have one more idea. So we're obviously going to save this, but we're going to get rid of these. And I should have something either structural or structural. Oh, there's a Salamence in chat. That's a strong Pokemon if anyone wants a dragon. This is an empty container. There's nothing in it. If we put these on back here, rotate them around. That did not do two. I'm testing to see if it needs to be on like something physical, like a box, compared to not being in a box. And then I have the ability to move these back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to place them back here first so that they are flat. They are not flat. Okay, that's weird. Rotate them ever so slightly. It needs to be about there. Hard to tell. Does need to go down a little bit more. And then we'll move it in so that it's connected to something. And move it up a little bit. Where is our center of mass? Oh, we still have it open. Never. I don't want it that far back. Put it right there, and then I'll move these back up. Put it right there, and in a little bit. Alright, let's see how this works. If it still doesn't work, I am going to keep that empty fuselage there, and then we'll just line it with solar panels so that we can charge even faster. But it should work. All I have to do is put on full throttle and take off. But it doesn't work. It says we have liquid fuel. It can't be because Bob isn't a pilot, can it? Because Bob still has the ability to move the plane. Weird. I haven't had this problem before where they don't work. And I don't want to be stuck doing 10 meters per second going up a hill. The whole reason why we added this on. So I think what we're going to have to do is something I was avoiding. Of just adding a bigger rocket. So I'll add the 400 fuel tank there. And then What's best on land? That's what I should probably focus on. So we are looking at the thrust number, ASL, not vacuum. At sea level is what we're focused on. That's 167, this is 205. I know the Terrier's worse. It's meant for space. Where to this time, we unlocked the lander wheels, so we were trying to make a land rover to go around the Kerbal globe and get more science so that we can unlock faster things. And then we'll try and land whatever land rover we get working is going to go on mine and also on Min-Mus and do science around that globe at some point. But what I'm trying to do right now is get a little bit more speed on land. These are very large. So I think the best one we have is Reliance, since we couldn't get this to work. I wasn't using the right engine. I was using Spark instead of basic jet engine. Yep, that would explain it. The Spark does not work with the fuel that we had. That makes sense. Okay, this should now be functional. A round trip with a rover? Yeah, we're gonna... I took a look at the globe, and it seems like most of the biomes on Kerbin I can reach just using the land, going all the way up to the Arctic Pole, the North Pole. I know we can't get to the Southern Pole. We can't get... We can get to it. Oh, I thought that was an island. Okay, I must have been looking over here and saw this portion and just assumed it wasn't touching. Yeah, I think every biome on Kerbin can be reached using the North Pole, or at least most of them. And what I want is just a little bit more speed to get up hills, because our initial thing is to just go around here. I have a map pulled up on my other monitor that shows me all the different biome places. There we go. Now we actually get some more speed. So what I actually want to do is make an action group that toggles the engines. Now that we have the right thing working. It can be reached by land, but yeah, holy hell, how long do you want to drive? Your answer? Yes. That's true. I should be able to add an action group to turn these on and off, right? We'll put it on 4. We can't... Oh, we can toggle engine. Okay. So I can use 4 to turn the engines off and on. I mean, even with a plane, the issue that I have is... Actually, I might have unlocked... I didn't mean to close out of this. I might have unlocked better landing gears. I did not. So we are... I guess getting science for that? I actually forgot what we were trying to work towards at the end of last stream. I would assume it's better landing gears. Because that is the next best landing gear. We also get a larger heat shield and parachute. And then we have the next best landing gear. And then the final landing gears. We could unlock this now. Was I working towards a different science tier on my notes? The last science thing that I wrote down was the first 5 tiers, so yeah, this would be part of the stuff I wrote down and just did not unlock yet, which would include this. For our space center, that's right, that's what we were going to end up working on, was the space center. But then we also have number 10 and 11, which would probably be down here. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. which is more science and upgraded command modules. Larger service bay. The Mark II lander can, which is going to be larger than the Mark I. Debating on if we do this first. You know what? We are going to unlock this. We're going to go back and edit our last plane. We already have this saved, so we're going to actually we are going to keep this and we're going to use it in just a moment. But what I want to do is go to Mark IV. Change the wheels on this. Now this should have 2 science juniors because it can do science in space, in flight, and also on the ground. That's not how I wanted to rotate it. Neither is that. There we go. And I'm assuming that these can steer. Steering is built in. Awesome. Well, that sounds like a wonderful iced tea. If I take all this off, we want one in the front for sure. Why it's not going in the center, I don't know. So let's turn on snapping. And then for the edges, we're going to... We'll double them up like this, and then rotate them, I think. They just seem too close. Let's see how this works. We're going to take off with this and then come back. I don't want the whole thing. I actually want it to be on here. So save this as Mark IV because the only thing that changed was the wheels. It's not like much of this changed. No idea what pilot is in here, but doesn't really matter. The only thing we're going to test is me taking off and landing this. Why are we not moving? Oh, I don't have the throttle up. That would make sense. This headphone keeps popping out of my ear. Alright, when we get to 60 meters per second, we can take off at any point. I just have to be careful about how we go to lift up. Because if I lift up too sharply, we will hit the ground with our tail. That's a successful liftoff. So let's just turn around. And we'll work our way back. We're going up a little high, so I think I might just turn us so that we're going down. And then the most difficult part of doing this for me is just lining up with the runway. Didn't mean to do that sharp of the bend there. Go back this way, pressing G again. Cutting the engine. Because we just want to glide back to here now. It's okay if we miss the runway, we still have flat ground behind us. Or behind the runway, I mean. And I need to slow down to around 40 meters per second is what I was told before. Because that is pretty much going to stall the engines. Oh, we have a working plane. The wheels aren't too good there. Yeah, I assumed that was going to happen after I saw the plane leaning. So what we're going to do is we're going to move the wheels. And now that we don't explode the moment the wheels touch down, we should be better off. I'm just going to move these off to the side. What we're going to do is grab these so that I have the height to the bottom. Of the plane, so that they're about the same. Bad experience with the first landing gears. Every single time I landed down with those landing gears, they always exploded and everything ended in a ball of fire. So I do not like them. And I'm only using these strut boxes to get us the height to the bottom of the plane. We are snapping a little too sharply. That should be roughly the same height. Okay, so now when I put this back on, obviously it's turned that way, but we can just figure out which way I need to rotate this. If I put it like this, it's facing the same way as the front one. I think I want to rotate them around. So, since I have to tilt this with the rotate tool anyway, we might as well just use the rotate tool to turn all the wheels. So I want to put this over here. Nope, that was the wrong thing to move. Let's just press Z. I want to rotate the green, not the red. Functional-wise, it still works, but aesthetically, I want this to go in, facing away from the angle that we're going to. Doesn't look like those girders are ugly. Yeah, it's only there to give the height that I'm trying to look for on the wheels. It's not there to look pretty. I think they're not necessarily straight either, so when we go like this, that should be more stable. And with the girders being at a specific height, we can just move them out more. Could also turn them diagonally. We'll worry about that later, if we need to. So, with the girders being where they are, the back wheels should touch the ground first, and then the front wheel, so that we are always angled upwards. So let's see how these do in landing. This time I'm putting the throttle all the way to max. It does look weird, so I might put something that just blocks it. Oh, we are wobbling all over the place. Now, I was told that is just due to the wheels being in the wrong place. Like, not separated enough. The further out we separate them, the better it would be. Can you lower the wings? I could, but I had them there for a reason, and I don't remember what that reason is anymore. So I'm just too scared to change it. I want to get away from the runway so that we have more time to line up with it. Let's go a little bit more to the east. That should be good enough for me to turn around. And then right about here. Alright, I'm gonna cut the engines here. I honestly think I'm pretty lined up well. Like, we're obviously too far to the right, but I can change it in terms of just tilting the plane. And we are pretty close to the ground. Before we hit that 40 miles per hour thing. Meters per second, I mean. And then we're back to wobbling. If I turn SAS off, so I think we should move these out even further. Are they angled the right way? That might be a thing. They do kind of seem like they're turned outwards too far. Backseat engineer. How can I tell if they are rotated the right way? It seemed like they were pointed outwards too far, so I'm going to turn them in just a tiny bit. And then if we flip this back over and we look at lift and weight. Why do we have the wings this high up? I think if I move the wings down, it brings the center of lift down, and that's the reason why it's up there. That is the reason why. I want the center of lift centered. But I also want them back a little bit more. Because we don't want it that far into the middle. I know if I rotate the wings as well, also changes it? Oh, it just brings it forward. That's not what I wanted. Here's the center list being right below. Alright, well now I messed this up a little too much because this was rotating too quickly. Now I don't even have it on snapping. Anyway, I am going to move these out more, the back wheels. All I should have to do is just grab the box and move the box. Now, I don't like how it looks, so I am going to rotate it alongside the wing. Then we have to rotate the wheels themselves. So I'm going to be rotating the right wheel, but I'm focusing on where the left wheel goes. I think that's pretty straight. Good question. 2 science juniors. One of them is for in-flight, and the other one is for landing on the ground. That's the one thing I did remember from the first time we did it. Okay, where do the wheels end up being? We are now facing downwards, so the back wheels are too high up. Or too far down, I mean. I just bring them back. Actually, I should be doing this while the front wheel is touching the ground. It's just barely underneath, and what we want are the back wheels to not be underneath at all. So that the whole plane is facing nose up. Alright, save that. Let's see if this gives us a little bit more control on the wobbling. It seemed like turning SAS off helped with the wobbling, but at the same time, we had the brakes on, so who knows. We already know that we can land with this pretty easily. So you want to do a one-seater, why not take a scientist with you? Because this is just testing it out. Now, our wheels seem to be losing control, being further out. So, what can I do here? We're obviously going to put the wheels back where they were. Because if moving them out made it worse, why would we continue moving them outwards? When you right-click the front wheel, is there steering override available? There is steering to all three of these. Should I take off steering to the back wheels? Do you think that would help us? Why is one wheel closer than the other one is? Back always off. Okay, we'll test that out. These aren't symmetrical in where they're placed. The box is symmetrical because it's both touching the lines there, but... Is it the angle I'm looking at this? Oh, it's the angle I was looking at it. Okay, never mind. Alright, let's... right-click on just this. One of these should be steering... Steering adjust, auto. Override... So we just want to disable up here then. And I should have disabled the other one because that is mirrored. So this is the only one that can steer now, being enabled. Should I put the steering adjustment off of auto onto override? Since it was available. Must be low on takeoff and landing. One of the British Roman air corporations who moved the planes described Spitfire as a queen in the air, a bitch on the ground. Put it to the low angle of 4 or 5. What is it adding? What am I changing the angle? This angle up here. I didn't see the word angle in it. I thought you were talking about steering response being a 2. And then I saw the word angle here. Alright, we'll set the front to that. I did do the front, right? Yep. Alright, let's see if this handles a little bit better. We're obviously going to save it. What we're doing right now is just testing handling. We're not testing the science. We already know that we have to switch out to Bob. SAS, full throttle, start. Four or 5 is takeoff and landing setting. For taxiing on the ground, you need to increase this again. We are losing control very quickly. Why were the other wheels better at handling this than this one is? That's liquid fuel to bring the weight to the back more. Have I rotated them too far? Do you think maybe the wheels should be facing, like, there's a light here. Do you think the light should be facing forwards? Because that is something we rotated before we started losing control quickly. Let me try that. So right now the wheels retract going backwards. I'm gonna make them retract going forwards. I wanted to flip this over again. Normally I use single angle replacement, not the continuous stop. Don't know if that's what I did. I'm not sure. Let's see if this changes anything. I highly doubt that it will. Yeah, we're starting to turn. If I turn SAS off... Let's start from the flight. I want to see what happens if I don't have SAS on to try and correct this. Alright, we are pulling to the right. Center of mass seems really high, so rear gear broader. Hi, Tori. All I could hear was her meowing very loudly. That's what I was thinking, that broader would make it better, but it seemed like when we made it further out that it became worse. Let's try it. Let's take it out even further. Can't be any worse than it is now. If I bring it all the way to the end... You want it in a little bit, though. Where is center of mass? Well, it's in the center. I don't mean that sarcastically. I thought it was going to be over to the side a little bit more. I would imagine having the wheels out further would make the wings not bob up and down as much. Let's try this. So far, it is better. We are pulling to the right, but that's not too bad. Except for when I tried to readjust. So I started pulling up. Why are we rotating? It's automatically turning the plane to the right. On the front wheel. If the plane is sliding, you can't compromise that with the front wheel only. Don't fly in the building? Rodriguez, that's what I wanted to do. These are still symmetrical. I have no idea why it wasn't going straight. They should all be set it to the right one. Let me go to my notes to make sure that I have the right things set up on it. Elevons should all... Whoops. The Elevons should all be focused on roll only. Yeah, they are only on roll. Tail fin should be only yaw, and the front wings should only be on pitch. Which they are. Everything looks symmetrical and not like leaning to one side. If I load this one. This was our first Land Rover. That was without the wings. This is the one that I actually want to look at. So the difference between this one and the last rocket was that the antennas is different? That's it, I think? What's the grip setting on the wheels? I'm not sure, but the brakes are at 50% on the front and on the back. Friction control is on auto. Friction override. Alright, let's try that. Try higher. I'll try this first and then we'll go back to it. For some reason, we're pulling to the right. I'm gonna try one thing before we go and do other stuff. I'm gonna try just replacing the wheel with snapping on. So that is straight, 100%. We want this to be steering enabled. I'm just going off of a hunch right now. That's not the right way. Okay, so this is because we rotated the box. If I do it with snapping, maybe this will help us a little bit. Oh, didn't mean to pick it up. We want to turn steering off. Oh, friction control right here. More friction, less gliding. We'll set it to just 1 being the normal. So I want to see if my replacing the wheels idea helps at all. I don't think it will. So the moment it starts turning to the right, we're going to reset. This is just weird that it worked more when the wheels were really close to each other, except for the bobbing side to side. We're going straight more now. I mean, we are sliding. As we get faster, we're definitely losing control. This is weird. I can also start doing. I have another idea. Because the wings are farther back, I want to try adding this. Let's just replace it. I want to try redoing this, but here. Actually, if I move these to being right there for a moment, put this on sideways. This, put this on here. Is that the right way around? I don't think that's the right way around. It's not. I need you on here, but then rotated. Like that. And then I want this whole thing moved out a little bit more. That was a little too much, so let's turn that off. Center of lift is now further back compared to how it was before. So I definitely changed something just doing that. I'm gonna move the wings all the way up to here to see if this might help us in some way. Why not put the engines on the wings? I forget the reason. When we were going through stuff, there was a reason to keep the engine where it was. It was something to do with the center of mass. I didn't lower the wheels enough. Actually, that might be decent for what I'm trying to go for. Hello? I think the engines might be blocked. Wings block airstream, that's what I was thinking. So I want all this to go down a little bit. Front wheel just touching, back wheels I want further down. Turn it off and back on again. That doesn't always work, Regus. Alright. This might work. We are starting to roll. We're definitely getting speed, but how does it handle? Does it do the wobble back and forth? It does not. So it looked like we had the wheels too far back. Okay. Keep that in mind. Don't put the wheels all the way back. Keep them somewhere near center of mass. There is a Hitmonchan in chat. That is Gen 1, so let me just turn the plane, and then I am going to try and catch that. I need to set up a button for Twitch to just send that command when I press the button. Do you think that's possible, Regus, with, I forget what it was called, Stream Deck? I press a button on Stream Deck and it just sends out that command. Top Gun theme music. Okay, resume flight. Probably possible? Okay. I'm keeping the landing gears open for a reason. We're not trying to go too fast or too high up, so I'm not worried about it dragging us anywhere. Alright, how close am I to going straight? And I caught Hitmonchan, nice! Okay, cut the engines. And up. Tilt a little bit, up more, straighten out. A little to the right. Okay, now we're just gonna get closer and pull up. Want to slow down a little bit. And we have touchdown. Put the brakes on. We're not turning left or right anymore. Okay, so we have a fully functional plane. Now, for some reason, these wheels are reversed. Now the lights are on. Ooh, and that brings up a good point. So I'm gonna rotate the back wheels facing forwards with the light. That's the last thing that we're gonna change on this. Because we have been distracted this whole time with this one plane. We were supposed to be messing with the Land Rover. So if I just pick this up now and just do the rotate button, it should keep the angle that it's facing and the rotation. I don't think I changed anything else other than which way it's facing. Plane is also a rover. This plane is not meant to be a rover. This is meant to fly around. The whole reason why we were making the rover was so that I could use it on the other planets. So we're gonna go back to Land Rover Mark II, now that we have wings on that and working. In this, we were just having an issue with how fast we were going. And that was down to the fact that we had the wrong engine on here. So this land rover should be workable now. As we turn on the engine. I also put engines as 4. So we can turn it off and on in little bursts. How come it doesn't give me the fuel gauge? Oh, it's when they're off. That makes sense. If I put us on just a little one... Because the Land Rover wheels themselves only get us to 10 meters per second. And I'm going to assume if we're going up an incline somewhere, like on this hill, 10 meters per second isn't going to do it. Whoa, 20 is too fast. The first one's not very fast, yeah. Okay, we're very prone to rolling over. So I am thinking about widening the back wheels. If I were to put a box here, and then... Well, I didn't mean to pick up the box. And then we move the box. I want to put this on the box. Whoop. Again, I didn't mean to pick it up. But at least now I can see where the wheels are going to end up being. I want these in the ground a little bit to match the front wheels. And I didn't copy it. Can I just touch it? Nope. It messes up when I touch it. Okay. There we go. It'll be in the ground to match the front wheels. That might help us with tipping over when we're going higher speeds. That was the only reason for that. What I do know now is that we can use the engines if we need to go uphill. I am going to immediately... I started the stage just so that we could turn them on and off. And now we're just gonna get up to speed. Actually, let's give us a little bit of thrust to get us there faster. I'm just gonna go to 20 and then stop. We'll slow down as we're getting closer. But at least we're not going super slowly. My turning's pretty good, though. We do a little bit of wobble, but it's a lot less than before. So I think moving the wheels out further definitely does make it better with the center of weight. Gotta go. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you. I will try. I hope you also have a good rest of your day. Oh no. I turned too fast. I think I might do the same thing with the box for the front wheels. And since we know exactly where the front wheel or the box has to be, You know what? I could just go like this. And then C to snap this on flat surface. This turns inwards a little bit. Yeah, that is gonna bother me. I put it here and then move it. Will it stay up far enough? How far can I move this? I can move it to the door. That is not where we want it. So I'm gonna have to apply it to the door and then rotate it so it's straight. So if we look at the left side, that looks straight to me. We'll place it here. And then again, get a little bit of round in it. And then move it in. The antennas should be fine with where they are. And this should just bring the wheels out further to control the plane, the Land Rover better. And then once we get an actual Land Rover option later on, do different things. Alright. Turn on the engine so we can get up to a faster speed. Yeah, now we definitely don't wobble very easily. Even at high speeds, it seems. And I need our picture open so I know where we need to go. So we're going to go back to the water tower and the water tanks right there. And see what little bit of science we can get from that. I'm going to brake here. Because we're probably going to drive past it. Or we can hit it. That also works. Alright, let's do EVA here. We already know we got all the science that we could with the tubes and stuff. All we have to do is run over EVA. We get 2.4 science. What about surface sample? 9 science. Okay. Let's run back. F. Climb up a little bit. Press B to get in. Press 2 to collect all the science into that little box. EVA again. Now we're going up here. Surface sample, 9 science. EVA report, 2.4. Where is the incline? I just wanted to jump off, that was it. And we also do not have the right person in here. We're going around the globe, so we'll have to do a secondary run later on. But at least with these wheels, we have the ability to turn almost completely 90 degrees. Now what I'm going to do is drive this to specific areas on this picture. Next one is that water tank, I think. We are going so slow. Because we have the brakes on. Now what I'm going to do at this water tank is see if I like full on ram into it. If then I get different sizes from like the goo and stuff. That's probably as close as I'm going to be able to get to it. So if I press 1, that still says space plane hangar. So in terms of those sciences, it doesn't seem like it changes. But the EVA should change. Can I climb up there? I can climb up. Is there anything up here? Well, it definitely looks like I could land a rocket on there. It's got, like, exhaust clouds on it. This is very slow. Does that mean there's ladders on almost every building? I don't see any ladders on this. There's a Puku Muku in chat, if anyone wants that weird Pokemon. Okay, this is different. Service able from here. SPH round tank. Doing EVA. I don't think a spacesuit was technically necessary. I wanted to see what would happen. Apparently he doesn't get hurt. Wait a second. How do I use the jetpack? Oh, that changes the camera. Back inside. Collect science. Take the brakes off so we can actually move. Where is the next place? One of these says main building, which we're right next to. It looks like as we turn, we slow down. I'm not following exactly where the pictures point to, but I am going in counterclockwise. Oh no, clockwise. On purpose. EVA here. We get nothing, okay. And a little bit of science from that. Get in, 2. Oh, we got the brakes on again. It says this little piece of grass is different than this entire area, so I'm going to go to it. I don't think we actually have to be at this grass. Well, it's worth a try anyway. Now, I can't reset this stuff, but what it can do is log temperature here. Definitely isn't new. We could ignore that then. If I do EVA at this point, nothing from that. Do I get anything from surface sample? A tiny amount, which I think we got at the other place. Board, collect the signs. Yeah, we definitely did get the same stuff. I know we did mission control. We didn't do out here more, where it says KSC. So if we just go on the grass. and then stop here. Is this something new? This counts as Kerbin Shores. I'm looking at different things I've seen. That wasn't helping me at all. Okay. We're gonna ignore that. I know I did an EVA here, but did I do a surface sample? Yes, and oh, I could take a little bit more. Okay. It's better than nothing. Back in. 2. We did mission control, I know that for sure. Let's go to VAB tanks. Let's get a little bit of speed as we're going over there. Oh! I don't know what happened there. I guess we went too fast going up the slant. That's something to keep in mind. But we're gonna reset. I think you lost a tire. I think I lost 3. We gained 37.6 science, so that's not bad for a short trip there. We will recover that. And we are going to go again. This time making sure that we have Bob. Land River Mark II. Change to Bob. Save. Start. Now that we're restarting this way, we might as well do a different direction instead of clockwise. We'll do counterclockwise. I'm immediately going to start going right. The first thing I want to go to is the administration building, which I think is this. So I'm going to wait until we go down the slope, and then I'm going to turn on the engines to get us a little bit faster. And 30 is probably enough. Oh, it's actually a little too fast here. I didn't realize how close we were. I'm just gonna swing as— whoa, swinging around goes too— so we can still roll, apparently. Didn't know we could roll. So that building is a lot closer than it looked like in my eyes. You know, I can actually turn this on now. And then after we get off of here, we speed up. And then I will stop us from speeding up when we get to 20 meters per second. No, we're just cruising. I can press B to slow us down intermittently. If I hold it down, we slow down faster. I don't know how slow we have to be to go up this hill. 12 meters per second is too slow or too fast, really? Apparently I can still drive with this. I want to at least get one science from right here. And it looks like the administration building is the only thing it has in this spot. Go EVA. Why isn't that letting me? Am I too close to the ground or something? I think I was too close to the ground. Wow. Surface sample. EVA. We get nothing from that? Okay. I am just going to not do that. We're going to recover vessel. I'll hold 2 points of science. At least now I know I can just skip that. Still Bob, right? Yep. So you really have to be going a slow speed to go up and down the ramps. So instead, we're going to go this way now. I have no idea how fast 1/3 of throttle is going to get us. It actually goes quite fast. Okay. I was trying to go onto that road, but we're going too fast for that. That should be good enough to turn. Now that we're actually in the area, I'm okay with going down to 10 meters per second. And since we missed the road that I was trying to go for, let's go down this way. The way that we were going to the first time. It says VAB tanks is a thing. We also have that. We already did that. Looks like there's another thing over there. I'm just gonna get us close and then stop. Alright. I want to remove, and climb up here. Sample. 9 science for that. 2.4 for that. Go back in. That's 2. Go back out. I want to know if this is a new space here. It is not. That's counted as part of the van. Okay. It says VAB and VAB main area. Main building. I don't know if they're 2 different things. In terms of this building, I don't know if I have to be like on the roof of it in order to be counted as main building. We're gonna stop here. am going to do this stuff right here. So that says VAB. That's where we should be right now. Oops. If I go back in, press 2, EVA again. When we get closer to the building, I want to know if it changes to saying VAB main building. Oh, it does. Okay, we have to go back to the spaceplane hangar. I didn't realize this was a different place. Look at that. There's nothing else on this side of the building that I could get to, so we might as well just go back. F. B. 2. Reverse with the brakes off. Ever so slowly. I was debating on if I rotate these wheels so that we have 2 wheels facing both directions. We might even out how fast we go reverse. Now I'm assuming to get space plane hangar main building, I have to touch it with my hands. Not necessarily the plane itself. I'm gonna go to the door, just thinking that maybe that would be the thing that I need to actually touch. Okay, if I get out, I go way over here. Main building, look at that. Only 2.4 science from that though, but surface sample was a whole 9. Go back in, press 2. I am collecting all the science until the sun comes up, and then we'll start transmitting it as much as we can. I know I have electrical charge right now. Actually, I am losing it just by driving. That's something I didn't pay attention to. We should probably put more server space instead of this, so that I can have more batteries. I never paid attention to this going down. Okay, we are going to go to the right. There is apparently a pond over here. Which I'm guessing is a statue. Does it say pond or something else? Pod! Not pond, it's a pod. So it's a little statue. What does it say? Rest in peace, Mark 1 pod. 2011 to 2012. Surface sample. EVA. Run back inside. Grab. Board. 2 to keep it. And what's next on the list? Complex right here. Right there. And that should be the science building. I need to remember to take the brakes off. So it has a flag on the other side of it that I'm going to go to. So that we're in between the flag and this building. And then we should be able to get to science from both places without being too far away from the rover here. And we are pretty low on our power, so we might want to fast forward to having the sun in front of us. I think if I do an EVA and a surface sample right here, it is going to be astronaut complex. Yep, so that's done. This has a little bit left. But this flag is something different. Probably should have driven the rover over to this point. And then we have quite a bit of different places within the science complex to do EVAs. If I go to right here, we do an EVA, flagpole, surface sample. We're going to override it, because there was nothing to get from the last one. You would think that there wouldn't be science right here at this place, because they built the place. They would know everything. But I guess not. If I go in here, and we go back inside, press 2 again, we are going to go to a very small building at the end of this road, so it's this building here. R&D small lab. And then we have control building. Don't destroy. Okay, good. EVA, we have it all. Surface sample, we don't have it all. Is this not the right place? It definitely is. Maybe I'm not close enough to it. What just happened there? Why am I like to the side of him? I do an EVA here. Okay, I do have to actually touch the building. Okay, let's go back in. I have no idea what's going on with this weird camera. Still in there. First, we are gonna go down the road to the left. Go forward. We don't have any power. Okay, we're gonna put the brakes on. You know what? I could just fast forward time here. If that is east, sun comes up over that way. That's not what I meant to press. I meant to press period. Nope, I'm looking the wrong way. The sun's going to come up over the buildings, and then we should get some power. I just don't know exactly how far we have to fast forward in order to get the power. What's that? Is that Minmus? Can't move anywhere aside from just rolling. I'm guessing I really have to be within sunlight in order to get some power. There we go, we're getting some charge. So at this point, I can stop fast forwarding. We're getting 0.62 of a charge? If I'm reading that correctly? Or is that how much we use? That's how much we're using. Okay. How do I know how much we create? Oh, is that how much we create? Energy flow? So if we have 6 of these, I think that just changed. If we have 6 of these, that's enough to cover just sitting here, which is why we are charging. If I start moving, we go to 2, which may not be covered by our charging. But we're obviously in a dead zone here, so it is very dark. I want to stop close to that bridge. Let's go right here. And what we're going to go to is that building right there. That says R&D main building. EVA. Yep, main building. Server sample. Head back. Hopefully have enough power to push us into that little area. The other thing that's right here is R&D, which is just the main area. We're just going to climb over here, hopefully. It looks like we use more electricity to get up to speed, and then afterwards we're set at 2. And we definitely do not charge up enough while moving. So I want to look at the map from where we are. We can't zoom in that far. Okay. I am just underneath the bridge, just past it. There are tanks right there to the left. I think what I want to do is go right. And that is all of our power just to try and start moving. Luckily, we should gain power by moving in just a moment. And then we have 2 buildings right here. Oh, I should go right in the middle of them. How quickly can I back up? We're moving super slowly because we have no power. So the moment I'm gaining power, I'm using it. Fix again. Move forward this time. I definitely want to change this out for service base. Put batteries inside it. Solar panels outside it. And if we stop right here, I should be able to get 2 different EVAs. This should be observatory. And then if we run over here, this should be side lab. Yep. And yep. Turn that off. We are now going to back up. Which, while we were just sitting here, we gained quite a bit of power. So we're moving a little bit faster this time. We're going to go straight to those tanks. And then to the building that's behind it, the black building there. If I put on the brakes now and start going reverse. Get out. Run over to the tanks. EVA, surface sample, run back in. Fall on my face as I run. Oop. Turn the brakes off so I can actually move when I have battery, since I'm in shade. Uh-oh. We are very slowly rolling. I might be able to push it. I can push it. Let me get in. Okay, it should be getting power now. What were we doing? Going to this building here. And then a small building on the other side of the road from it. Then we have all the satellites on the tracking station. And my headphone died. I want to go right here. We're going to do the EVA furthest away from this first. Which should say corner lab. Yes, and yes. We can run back in. Press 2. Another EVA, drop off. Over here, this should say wind tunnel, I think that. Yep. All right. We're on to the last building. We just have to get over there. So every single building over here, including the satellites, is a thing we can get signs from. And I am going to see if 5 meters per second is safe enough to go down this. So far, so good. We did speed up a bit, so I'm going to try and turn us. And also go in reverse to slow us down. I think I need brakes as well. Oh, this definitely cannot take hills at all. That's okay. I wish there was music in here. I think for the rest of the stream, once we start going to the biomes, I am going to turn on Spotify so that we're not just sitting here in silence. Jump off. Run up the slope a little bit. It's probably close enough. This should be south. Yes. That was a lot of science, it seemed. You could sing for us? Not without music playing, also. I would, but I don't think anyone's here just to hear me. Okay, so now we're going to go over to that satellite dish. And then we'll go to the third one, and then we're going to touch the building and do EVA and surface sample at the building itself. And then I think we will finish our launch, get all the science from it, and then we'll launch again facing the opposite direction on the launch pad and take off for the different biomes. So we're going to be streaming for a little bit longer than usual. We're going to go past the start of the next hour. This should stop me pretty close to being near this. We are in shade. I probably shouldn't have stopped right here. But that's okay, we'll just push it. If I just push this a little bit and then just walk with it so that I can stop it and we can get in later. That should be enough. If I just sit here, it should hit me and then stop. It's rolling. So let's go inside and turn on the brakes. That is getting some charge. Why does sometimes it lets me jump off the door immediately, and other times I have to keep pressing the spacebar multiple times? EVA, surface sample, back to add a rocket plane, rover thing that looks weird and drives very slow. Right, we are going to back up once I turn on the brake. Or turn off the brakes, I mean. And then forward. I'm going to stop as we are in the shadow. We're going to that dish now. Okay, we're just going to cruise at this speed so that I'm gaining power as we're going through this. And then brake and turn so that we are somewhat facing the building. That was EVA again. I meant to press this. There we go. Turn the brakes off so we can move. So we definitely need more solar panels. Don't explode. Thank you. So we almost drove right through the very, very hard glass windows right here. But it seems fine. Bob's not fine, he just fell on his face. What is going on here? Board. Plus 2. We're gonna recover vessel. We should get around 50 science, I think. Maybe more than 50? A lot more than 50. 183 for a total of 230. Is that close to near science I need? It's not. We need 750 total. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in here. We're going to unlock as much as we can. Now, I wrote down the first 5 tiers, so that includes aerodynamics. And then we only need 3 things of them in here, but I don't think I can afford any of them. 160. We need... What's 160 times 3? 32... 480? Pretty sure it's 480. So, we are going to take this plane and drive. 480 is the correct number. Thank you, Regus. The first thing I want to do, pick this up and just rotate it facing backwards. Because that's the direction we're going to be flying now, because we're going to be facing away from the ocean. Oh, that's a thing I didn't try. How could we turn this into a boat in a way? Because I found out in a YouTube video that you could take a surface sample while floating on water. Platoons? Oh, that's true. We could probably make this into a platoon. Just put the engines up a little higher compared to where the center of this is. Okay. So what we're gonna do is take this off. We'll place it right there. Take this off. Place that right there. Take this off and throw it away. We don't want that anymore. We want multiples of these. Not right there, though. I think adding 3 more is enough. They do kind of mess with each other, though. But let me take these off. I could have just grabbed this one and got rid of all 3 at once. What I'm going to do is move these so that they're touching each other in the center. And not hanging over the edge. If I go like that, then that one's going to be touching them. What happened here? I don't know what happened. Maybe it was 8-way symmetry. And when I touched it, it messed it up. And now what's going on with this? Okay, there we go. If I were to keep it rotated the way that they were, and then did 8-way symmetry, doesn't really get them close to each other. I also think I'd be losing solar panels in a way. I just put that away and we do Z. All I was trying to do is make this less noticeable. Maybe I need two of them next to each other so that I can see. That messed with the rest of the stuff. What if I... Why does it not put A-wave symmetry back on? I guess I have to take it off and put it back on. Maybe I don't take all this stuff. I actually want to take something that has an end to it. I'm going to add on fuel here, but then we are going to turn everything off of it so it has no weight. It just has an end on it. And this should be easier to just copy and paste over on. I just don't like the separation, and I'm getting annoyed with the root being the front of the plane. Oh, it's the camera stuck right here. Come on. Don't like controls in Kerbal Space Program. Or what just happened? I think I did. Back. Let me go back to this, please. Thank you. That works. Put the camera in the center. I want R and shift to 8-way symmetry. And we're just going to align this with solar panels. Because these are the strongest ones we have so far. Did I unlock any new solar panels? No. Okay. Move, move, move. Can I just press delete? Gets rid of it. I can. We know we're not going to get any sunlight on the very bottom. There's no point in having these. I have to take the symmetry off them first, or else they get rid of all the solar panels on the top. Okay, now where are these going to go in? First, that's the wrong side, so I have to place it in on this side. And that solar panel seems to be in the way. So if I put this on, I want these kind of separated the same distance from the center. I'm thinking getting rid of these two. Which also means I have to get rid of these, and I messed it up. grab you, put you on here. And then engine. Why are you rotated that way? Intake, so that is facing the right way. I want it down more inside the box. I'm not trying to get it centered on the box, I'm trying to get it away from the solar panels so that we can get the most out of them. And I think that's all I want to change. It says no model propellant. We have a... No, we don't have a bunch of batteries. We only have 2 still. But we have a lot more solar panels, so we should be gaining that power as quickly as we use it. That's the only thing that we actually have to worry about. We have 50 charge in the command pod, and then we have 3 batteries or 2 batteries. So let's save this monstrosity. We still have Bob as the crew member. We do still have Bob. So we are facing the right way. Save it again. We're going to launch and do some actual biomes. But if I go back to picture here, there is a picture of the biomes in KSP. Can I read it correctly? I have no idea. Can't even tell where we are on the biome map. Our back wheels are too far down. Let's fix our back wheels. Front wheels just barely in. Back wheels just barely in. I can't tell where Kerbin or our rocket silo is on this image. That's definitely the crater. That is definitely the desert. Where are we in terms of desert? We are on the thing that kind of looks like Africa. So there is a little bit of desert to our left. And then we have grasslands, midlands, highlands. I think are all those different mountain areas we saw. There we go. I have to switch headphones now because headphone just died. Hopefully that wasn't too loud of a squeak. Okay. So if we're looking at this, this looks like a desert. We have grassland here, but there's also a dark green and then a purple right here. So that's 2 different biomes on our way to what I think is desert. So, let's just get going. We are going to be using the rocket now. Oh, I probably shouldn't be going too fast coming off of this. I really thought they were gonna just explode right there. I'm going to turn that off because I don't think we need stability assist. If I stay with that amount of speed, we are actually going up in speed. Is there a point where I can get to where we're just not losing speed? Oh, that's still gaining a little bit. We're gaining a lot. Alright, so in terms of where we're going, we're going quite far away. I didn't realize how far away this was, but you can actually see that there's different colors on the map here. Let's speed up a little bit. We might want to take the plane instead of this. If I turn the engine off and we only use the wheels, seems like we're not losing any battery. Let's just try and get closer to this biome. Because I don't know what's going to happen when we try to go up this hill. Oh! That made me jump! That was an instant explosion! What survived? The service bay, really? And then what I think is one wheel. Not mystery go. Okay. So right here is too steep for that. We're gonna take the plane. The Mark IV with the new wheels. I am, on the other hand... Do I try flying it or do I drive it? I am not sure. It looks, on the other hand, I do want to bring these in. And do I even need the box? Not sure. Let's take this out. So I do want stability assist. Don't want max throttle, I don't think. I'm going to try to turn around as quickly as we can. Without doing that. Can I get back on the wheel? There we go. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Definitely do have to be careful not to turn quickly so that we don't wobble. Are we gonna get up to 60 meters per second just being a third throttle? I think we are. I'm trying to lift off here. Wow, look at that. I'm gonna give us a little bit more throttle and see if we can get up. There's a ghastly in chat. Let me try catching that. I should probably have this on land height. I'm not too worried about us dropping down. We should just gain enough speed to go back up again. I don't think that's considered a different biome. The trees over there. I click on those. Go back again. There's nothing that says like woodland area. I don't think that's a thing that we can get to. Anyway, I caught Ghastly. I'm happy. We're gonna speed up a little bit more because we are losing speed. We are relatively high though. Let's bring our prograde above the horizontal line. That was too far. We are just attempting to get to a different color on this map. It's honestly very far out. Let's do full throttle then. We need to get like way over here. I wonder if there's a way that we could have made this plane faster. Do you guys think if more engines means more speed? We found out the hard way that all planes can only go up to 10 kilometers high before the wings stop working. But do we think that more engines means that it goes faster? Speeds up quicker, I mean? We're also quite high up. I think maybe? Okay. I'm gonna try. I could also close the landing gears. That looks cool. But also heavier and less aerodynamic. That's true, I didn't think of that. Now transform. I should try and do that. Try to make a transformer in Kerbal Space Program. Alright, how close are we to that biome? Because I can't really tell the color. We're relatively close over here. Is there a good spot that I could try and land down on? I don't think there is. We're just gonna have to try and land. So, kill the throttle. I'm gonna let us glide slowly, losing speed. Actually, we should probably pitch down a little bit. Because we are aiming for that hill right there, so I don't want to go too low before we lose our speed. Or, I mean, I don't want to be too high up when we lose our speed. I'm going to get to about 200 meters and then pull up a little. No, we're actually losing speed as we're going down. So I think we'll have a safe touchdown here. We connect this while we're flying. And now if I keep pulling up, ooh, a little bit of a bounce, and we exploded the wing. Okay, we didn't get much science from flying, so I don't know why we have that second thing. Do we get more science if we do 2 science juniors at once? Did that say Jebediah as our pilot? I think it did. Let's see if more engines means faster, quicker. I'm gonna add an additional 2 to the side of this box. I want to grab that whole thing, but we'll just take the wheels off of it afterwards. Oh, that grabbed the box. I didn't want to grab the box. I want just the engine. I don't think I'm able to grab just the engine now. But it's within the box. I can take this off. Yep, can't grab the engine. That was the wrong thing to pick on. Or click on, I mean. Bring that back. I wanted to click this to see if I can still grab it. No, I really can't get that fuel cell. Because it's within the box. Okay. What we are going to do is just make a new one then. Nope, I don't want those code, I want this. You on that side, engine, we want basic jet engine here. We have a new jet engine! Oh, and the thrust is 120, that goes up like 6% more? Not 6%, 6 times more? Oh, forget this. I'm not using that one then. Oh, it's bigger. Ooh. Alright, we're gonna try and make something for that. Do I have like a bigger nose now? Radial intake? That is huge. Oh, it's this one. Put you right there. What gas do we need? Engine? The seal? Intake air, and it has liquid fuel. Is this just an engine on its own? That can't be an engine. It's an aerodynamic. Self-conditioned solution for powering air-breathing engines. It includes some reserve fuel, making it very practical option. C7 engineers assures us that these units are quite safe and that dents and burn marks will give yours a more unique look. Optimal for subsonic flight, includes very powerful static suction. So it doesn't have thrust, but it takes in air and it has fuel in it. We could just like slap this on the back of it. Only I don't know what counts as the back because it has these fins on both sides. Also, this is very large compared to that. I don't think that's the right thing. I think this definitely is the right item that we want. But we want to use like this as our fuel. I'm guessing the 800. So if I were to put this very big thing there, put this on the end, and this on the other end. That is a very big engine. Do we have bigger wings? That's a small wing. That's a swept wing, but that's not what I was looking for. Hmm. Can I click on it? Why am I not seeing it? There we go. That took a while to load, jeez. What about B? Ooh. We're gonna take a few moments to redesign this plane. Okay, so if I put that there, this has oxidizer in it. I don't think we need oxidizer in it because we have this intake. So we only need liquid fuel in here. I do want this for us to put the engines on, but then I also want a wing on the end of it. And I think this wing would match it if we could put them near each other. Look at that, they do match. They're a little... One's a little bit bigger than the other, but... Oh, that's just the height. Okay. So I'm gonna put this... One, I want it orientated the right way. Why did it get all messed up? Oh well, we'll just keep it up here. And I want to put you up here. And now I want... this the center here, so I have to press C so it goes flat. We will make this symmetrical after I put everything on. Just like that. It's going to make this wing very large, but what I'm trying to accomplish here is space for this. I put that there, and then we... Actually, I could just put it on this. Would it leave a lot of room for 2 Evelons, though? That's probably not going to be possible. I'm just going to leave it how it is. We will move it back, though. Okay, there should be fine. Nope, a little bit more. I don't want to see the wing within the engine. But right there. I do, on the other hand, want this... being rotated this way. I want it down a little bit. I think that's the right height to put the wheels on the bottom of this. I just get rid of this whole thing and move this over here. You up. Rotate you. Grab this. Snapping is on. I want that right there. This does look comically large, though. Is there a smaller one that's similar to it? That's too small. I want one that's more of a square. Oh, that's perfect, right there. You... Here, grab you onto... Grab this guy, put it back on here, but for some reason it does weird rotations. We'll change that in just a moment. First thing, move it up. Can't see the wing coming through it, so we're just going to rotate it now until the wheel is flat, and then we have to move back down. Okay. And then we want the Evelons. I should be able to just place these on the end. Just like that. Because this isn't a swept wing. So they're not weirdly angled. They're pretty straight. Okay, so now I should be able to just grab this and put 2 asymmetry on. That was Control Z. I didn't mean to do Control Z. I meant to do Control X. Now we have 2 wings that are larger. How is center of mass and lift? Lift is a little too far forward. I don't know how easily we're going to be able to change that, because we have the rockets as part of the wing. So if I move the wing back, I didn't mean to grab it. If I grab the wing and move it back. Okay, apparently turning off the thrust and turning it back on moved it closer. I don't know what happened there. Oh, the weight moved. Okay, I do see what happened. Congrats, Gene, on catching Drapion. If I just click on this, as we move this back, the whole thing should be moving. Weight and aerodynamic. They do get closer. What is this? Mark 1 fuel. Turn the weight off on that. I think what it might be time for is moving these up front, moving this in the back. Like a normal plane. Let's do that. So this would go here. How's our electricity? We should still be able to reach everything. We can get out of the plane. And if I move these back here, are they flat? I don't think they're flat. I think we need to go up more. We need to, not the whole fin. I wanted just this. That's definitely not flat. That was where it was supposed to be. Okay, now let's just move these up until we're touching center of mass. What if I move this guy up? That did 0. Okay, that tail fin stays in the back. This looks weird. Why do we even have this on? Was that just for length? I can just take this off. Take this off. Put this on here. That did move the center of mass, though. So what if I move these back, but then have them angled? That went too far back. That went too far back. Okay, what if I go like this? Still only moves it backwards. That seems odd. I'm gonna assume moving this back doesn't really help center of thrust. Or lift. No, it doesn't. So these would have to be like inside or something. Or I have to reconstruct something like this back here. If I were to do that. Taking that off just brought it up closer. Okay, I'm a little annoyed with that. Alt-click just that. If I put that back here. Okay, that brings it upwards, not necessarily forwards. The only thing I can think of is adding more weight to the back. I also like the look of this. We're gonna keep it like that. If I take this off, we grab fuel. We place it back here. It should bring the weight back further. Can I put this on? Please? Here. I want my... There we go. That was weird. Alright, center of mass is further back, but now we have these too far back. So I think we're going to run into that issue again. We need to move it forward, and then it doesn't work. Yeah, moving the weight behind the wings is, I think, the only thing I can do. This is very odd. Like, we need to make a longer plane. Take all of that off, and we find that structural fuselage. Put this on. Look at how long our plane is now. Don't know what I did just there, but put it back. Toggle this back on. I keep taking that off and I don't mean to do that. If I were to move this forward. Okay, I can't move that far forward. Take it off and put it on one of the middle fuselages. No, it just wants to be really close no matter what I do. So it has nothing to do with the weight behind the wing. I also don't like how far forward of center of mass the wheels are. That didn't change center of mass at all. I thought it would have pulled it back further. Oops. I'm just trying different things now to see if something would work. That's as far back as I can pull that for right now. It also means I can't get out of here. If I put these back on. All of a sudden it fits in the center? I don't know what we ended up changing. Other than maybe these are pointed downwards in a weird way. So if I were to rotate this... Ah, that does. Okay. Put it back down. Now what about compared to red? Also change. So this is how it wants to be. Okay, well, the only thing I don't like is the exact height. I'll bring it down just a hair. That's too much, so let's turn C. I like that. I don't like how far close to the door it is, so let's move it up a little bit. A little bit more. Okay, we'll get rid of this. And now I need to make sure that this is set up the right way. I need... notes. Where is... there it is. Okay, so you... should be pitch, not yaw. Oh, that's because I clicked on tail fin. So that is pitch. These should be roll. Just to make sure the copy over here, it did. You shouldn't have been changed at all, so that's yaw. Alright, let's see how this handles being a new thing. Mark 5. A new fancy toy being used. I can also take off Land Rover on our to-do list. We're actually not moving as much. These are a little too... no, that's the intake. I'm fine with that. I didn't want the engines to be the other way. SAS, we are bobbing up and down, so I have a feeling something is not set up correctly. It's because we are moving. If I turn the brakes on, and back off. Maybe, I don't know. We're obviously getting up to speed a lot quicker. So I should be able to take off. Look at that. Honestly, it's very easy to control. Oh, we're actually getting to the sound barrier. Look at that. Oh, that's cool. I didn't think we'd get that fast. We're still climbing in speed. Jeez. We're gonna make it to this in no time. Oh, there's a Nidoran in chat. Another Gen 1. I never noticed how much Gen 1 Pokemon there are, but I think this isn't abnormal that our channel gets a lot of them. think I just never noticed beforehand. Oh, you ran out of balls completely? That's uncommon. Do you remember the extension to buy more balls, Gino? Oh, apparently you do have them? I wonder why Pokecatch didn't work, because Pokecatch on its own should choose a random ball. You shouldn't have to type in a ball name for you to use it. If you do, the other one. Anyway. I'm gonna cut the engines, because we're gonna try to land in this hilly area. So I'm gonna put the landing gears down. And we are gonna take a nosedive for a little bit. I'm gonna try to aim for over here. I'm surprised we don't gain speed as we're going down. We have Jebediah. Congrats, Gino. We both caught a Pokemon. Can I conduct this? Material study flying at Kerbin. It seems like this does nothing new. So we can actually take that Science Junior off. Now, I'm not entirely sure if this is a new biome that we're at. Check the inventory, I got plenty of balls. That's weird then. Because like I said, the Pokecatch on its own should just choose a random ball. So if you had more than one type, it would choose randomly out of that type. Or out of that collection. I think we're going in too hard. We are not. We're doing okay. We are turning because of the hill only. We could probably counteract that. Are we in a new biome? That is the question here. We're still spinning so we can face downhill, which I guess is facing that direction. Nope. I don't know what it's doing now. Best way to know if we are in a new biome is to jump out and do an EVA right here, because it will tell us the biome we are in. We are in the Highlands, which apparently gives us a little bit of science. The only issue is our engine keeps turning us, so I can't do a surface sample. I think I won't be able to get back in. Why is it doing that? The brakes aren't on. No, they are on. It's just doing weird things. If I go back inside... Is this sliding, maybe? Brought that up to 120. If I bring this up to 120... We are sliding downhill. That's what's happening. Okay, I'm going to put these back on 50%. And we're going to turn the brakes off and just cruise to wherever it stops us. Because we're just spinning and sliding down to it anyway, so we might as well. Where are we going? We should end up going that way. I'm gonna try to get us over to there so we stop moving. Should be right about here. This is so weird. What happens if I take off the landing gears from right here? Okay. Text from Mom. We're not moving, we're kind of just glitching in here. But what I want to do is the science. That says we're flying for some reason. We reported flying over Kerbin. Temperature scan. Mystery goo, mystery goo. I didn't know that both of them were set up. Alright, if I do gears again, we at least stop glitching out. Take that. What I did that for was so that we could get down. If I go back in, grab all the material stuff in there, I press G again. We're gonna glitch out for a little bit. I'm hoping that I can get out and do a surface sample. And then get back in. Press G again. And then we're just going to recover the vehicle to get all that science because we don't have Bob. And we also don't need the second Science Junior and the second Goo. Hi, Tori. We got 22 whole science from that. That's not too bad. Not great, but not too bad. No. Take that off. I know someone commented on why we have two Science Juniors, but I could have sworn one was for flying and the other one was for landing, and they did the same science, so I don't know why I have two anymore. I also took off both goo. I didn't mean to do that. Put that back on. How do I make a ladder going down from here? I guess we could just take the wheels, you know, lower the wheels and then fall down. Not sure. If I take this off, that does not take the wings with it, so the wings are connected to the Science Junior. So we are going to take it off like this. And then put this back on like that. What's the center mass? What's the lift like? Honestly, I could move these back a little bit further now. This helps with control with the wings. Move them back to here. Then it looks pretty much how it was before. And if we go back like this, do we need to change anything else? I don't think we do. We have 3 batteries there. Could we use more batteries, maybe? We could probably double up on them. It won't hurt. It'll also give us more solar panels. It'll also make the plane look a little more neat. I gotta close all these. Okay, we have 3 antennas. We have all the science that I have unlocked. I think this is good. Save this as a Mark 5 now. Did anything change with mass and lift? A little bit. Didn't mean to pick that up. And these also opened again. What I meant to do was click on this. Yeah. Can't move back. Okay, then I'm gonna pick it up. And not be able to place it back. Alright, it's staying right where it is. The only thing I do is probably move this a little bit further back towards the door, but that would block us from getting out. Alright, save. Start. I am trying to find that biome. So what I think we're going to do this time is... I forgot to change the pilot. What we're going to do this time is go straight for the desert, which is to the west. And then we're going to end after we get to the desert. Now there is one thing before the desert that looks like it could be the desert. Oh, that is not good structurally. Okay. One more thing. We're going to put a few of struts going from the front cockpit all the way to the tail. That should help us. We just grab this and go two-way symmetry from here all the way back to here. Doesn't look like that was a usable thing. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Okay. How about... from you to... you. That does work, okay. If I do another two... apparently I can't go right there on the side of that. I can now all of a sudden do it like that. I think I might connect some from the wheels as well. From right there to right here, I think. Too many bendable parts. Too much flimsy. Let's see if it bounces when we get back into it. Not as much. The back end wasn't like coiling like a snake. That's a good temporary for right now. Let's get into this. I can't wait for the secondary tail. Because right now we have a very straight tail, and if we had the other tail, it's curved. This has so much control and strength to it. I do really want those mountains, though. But what we're trying to go to is right here and right here. We're going to stay to the left of the mountains and the right of the wind. Or the water, I mean, not the wind. Also U and G. I don't think we need the landing gears open anymore. Alright, how far away are we? I can't really tell. We are far enough away that I can't see it at all. So while we are moving over, I am going to have a quick snack of a few Oreos. Where else can we go before we read out? We could probably head over to the mountain while we're going. A few as in 2 or 3, or like 15? These load packages have 4. Not 15. Four? I thought you lived in America? I get sick if I eat too many. Okay, so for the highlands, it looks like this area back here is all highlands. We were trying to go for like the smallest portion of highlands. Or no, that's midlands. This should be highlands, unless there's a thing called mountains. There is a thing called mountains. There is not a thing called midlands. So I do have the right biomes, I just had the wrong names for them. Like Pringles, I can't stop when I start. Pringles, I would eat a lot more. We're about halfway there. I think we might want to take a few moments at some point, not this stream, to try and make a very big plane. Now, I am looking at the map, and it looks like we might not be aiming correctly. So when I start seeing these, I need to go that way. Desert is over there, or at least the small beach thing that we're going to. We need to change. Willow is now currently live. Okay, so if we flatten out here, we need to go this way. Yeah, there's a small amount of desert in here compared to the entire globe. So we're going to go to this desert. We're going to try going up this way. In like a way we're heading back, but we're not actually going to head back. We're going to land somewhere, hopefully. The only thing that I can't tell is the map that I'm looking at doesn't show lakes. It may be outdated, unless it's showing this lighter blue as what I'm seeing is shores. Because then the map makes a little bit more sense. I'm not sure. We should be right above 2 lakes there. I'm gonna turn this a little bit. So if I were to right now do the science here, what happens to it? Material studies while flying at Kerbin. So we get 0 science for that because we already had it. So that means it's going to be the same thing no matter where we're flying. Why did I have 2 science juniors in the first place? I thought it was going to be different science each biome while flying above it, but it's not. We're also pretty much above where I want to be, so I'm going to kill our throttle and start pitching us down. We're going to try and land in this area and see if this counts as a desert, because that's what it shows up on the map I'm looking at. As we get closer, I'll start pitching up and slowing us down. Actually, I should probably try and get us past this little crevice area. Trying to get my prograde so that we're on horizontal. We're just gliding as much as we can. Not necessarily flying downwards. Actually, I think I should put knee on that line. I start turning a little bit. We aim for over here. That might be a better land site. I think that is better. So I'm going to turn the landing gears open, or turn them on. We're going to go straight down and gain some speed. Actually quite high up compared to where I thought we were. Alright, now we're starting to slow or fall down very quickly. Trying to get our speed relatively to where we are right now. That is good. We're losing speed as we're going down. We are losing it quite fast, though. That's better. I just want to pull us up a little bit. Just so that we're not going too fast when we hit the ground. Back wheels, front wheels. Tapping the brake to try and lose our speed. Now I'm going to just apply the brakes. Alright. A successful landing. Now, according to the map, this entire area should be desert. It doesn't show the lakes, so I can't really go off of the lake to see if we're in the correct spot. But if this counts as highlands, there's a small amount of lowlands and then desert. And I can see a different color here. I think we're in the right spot. If I press 4... Ooh, we didn't change the action group. Four was supposed to toggle the engines. So crew report, we have pressure, we have temperature, we have that. We don't have goo. Observe goo. 2 should be collect. 3. Is the antennas. I'm going to put this one on there too, just to make sure that all 3 of them are used. Alright, and then 4 is toggle engines. That should be good. If I press 4, we should turn off the engines completely. Awesome. Now, the only thing we then test out is how I can get in and out very easily. So if I press a 1... Oh, this does count as desert! Look at that! I didn't think this little small thing would count as the desert. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we did material study. We can come back and get a little bit more. For some reason, we're only getting 40% transmit. I think it's only going off with the top one. Okay, so we're gonna have to readjust the antennas to having 3, like, right here. Or I could put them on the nose more. Having 3, like 1 right here, but up more in the middle. We will have to look at that later on. We're not going to do it now. We have the crew report from the desert. We have the pressure from the desert, temperature, mystery goo. We could come back for a little bit more. We then need to jump out here, because the first thing we need Bob to do is reset. Reset. Because we are going to attempt to go somewhere else. And then if I jump off, we can do surface sample of the desert. We can come back for a little bit more. Look at that. Lots of sand and rocks here. You're thankful that you've been in a climate control environment, because it sure looks hot out there. The sand is dry and loose, and it looks like it's going to take some effort to clean your gear afterwards. Do the EVA. I don't think we need a spacesuit for this. F. Climb up a little bit. B. Press 2 to put it on the mystery box. And now let's try and go over to the highlands. We'll put our landing gears up again. And we need to get pretty much here. So. Full throttle. Press 4. Get those engines going again. We're losing control. Oh no. Is that gonna explode now? Nope, that's just gonna go flying off. So, Bob didn't survive. We are going to come back to this in the next stream. So we are going to reset to Space Hangar, because I want to readjust the action groups. And we also need to change the antennas too. So actually, before I do action groups, let's do the antennas. You get thrown away. This needs to come up here, and I actually want it to be 6-way symmetry, I think? Because we want to see 3 on the top, and then we'll get rid of whatever else is left on here. Okay, that gets 3, but that's not really how I want it to. That does give 3, but I don't like how they're turned. So let's do this. We will then remove symmetry and delete. Oh, I didn't mean to pick it up. There's a Houndoom in chat if anyone wants one. Okay, we have run into a slight problem. I can't see these at all. But what I'm gonna do is we're gonna move these and hope that the other stuff pops up. Oh, it brings it in more. Okay, I can do something about that. We can just move it out like this. Remove the symmetry. Delete them. And then just move these back in. Simple enough. Why did it go to 3? Because remove the symmetry. And I'm pretty sure I need it set to where all 3 of them work. Like they're all symmetrical. Okay, so what I'm gonna do instead, we are going to just go back until we have everything back here. And instead, I am going... Congrats, Gino. I am going to find out how to rotate these the way that I'm trying to get them. That looks right. That looks right. This is actually not where I want it. So if I turn... Oh, C is actually off. A little bit like that. A little bit to the left. A little bit to the left on this way. If I press 2, should be able to get this to go down. And actually be touching the nose. Doesn't seem like it is. But I can see these points now, so I can get rid of them. Thought I could. Why do they go on here compared to around the nose instead? Oh, I found one. No, I didn't mean to pick it up. What are the odds that I can find the other 2? There's one. And there's one more somewhere in here. I think I'm gonna leave it there. I do want to try and move these further away from each other. Or if I move them further in... No, this isn't working the way that I want it to. How do I do this where it's centered on the nose? Just thought of something. I need this on, like, a point. Can I rotate this the way that I'm trying to do it? Yes, I can. But I need it on top of something. Not in the middle of it. Move it up then. Okay, if I do this right, I might be able to do the antenna idea this way. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think what I want. Now there's one in the middle, 2 on the sides. And then if I remove all of this, especially the one in the goo, but I have to move the goo first. And then we just delete all of them. Pick the goo up, we put this back here and on a 1. Pick up this whole thing. We rotate it back the way that we had it. I think I want this to be actually on snapping. So I can go like that and then move it up. This time I don't want it on snapping it. I want it centered on those, but I also want it down. I'm moving this over so I can see it better. Okay, hopefully that they are in a symmetrical thing. It counts them as being together. Because before I think it was going off of the top one that was singled out and not using the 2 on the bottom. And now I need to go through and make sure that we have everything here. We have cockpit, crew report, material study, pressure, and temperature. We do not have goo. Observe goo. Number 2. Select all. It has all. Number 3. Transmit data. Number 4. Engines. We want them to toggle engine, not just shut down. Okay, what about our crew? Did it change? It did not change. We save this. And this is what we're going to be flying in the next episode. So, let's update our to-do list before we rate out so that I don't forget to do it later on.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 a.m. EST to 12:30 p.m. EST, and on Sundays from 10 a.m. EST to 2 p.m. EST.